to negotiate a compromise with the working class, opposed to the large employers. As early as 1919, Stins, an industrial magnate, foresaw a moment to come. One day the great industrialists and all the leaders of economic life will recover their influence and their power. They will be called back by a sobered, half-starved people, who will need bread and not words. And Fritz Thyssen, in 1924, democracy, for us, represents nothing. In 1929 the German National Party and the Stahlhelm steel helmets joined together in a united national front with the Pan-Germanist League and the National Socialist Party. The middle classes, entrepreneurs and individual employers of the petty and middle bourgeoisie, and civil servants and employees of the petty and middle bureaucracy, these groups were traumatized and suffered in the crisis. The buying power of the farmers was decreased. Among the working class, as Reich emphasized, certain strata became bourgeois, and the women of the working class remained for the most part obedient to the Catholic Church. Nazi Party membership in the early 30s was drawn from the following sections of the German population: 21 to 26% from the salaried workers, 13% from the civil servants, 20% from shopkeepers and artisans, but only 11% from the farmers, and 28 to 32% from the working class. In 1940, one-third of the SS cadres came from intellectual milieu, school teachers, professors, and graduate students. The social base for the rise of National Socialism was, then, principally the petty and middle bureaucracy, but the alliance with large capital was the necessary condition for the accession to power. The organized Walkout movement was very quickly broken by violence and by sending those who resisted to the camps. But after power was seized, the buying power of the working class seemed to be maintained, and even seemed to increase. For some categories, while buying power decreased, lower civil servants, the small shopkeepers, and artisans, a number of whom had to close then shops and become wage earners. The great strength of Hitlerian power. 204. Bourgeoisie. Numbers in parentheses represent, in millions, the number of people involved in the given category or activity in 1928 to 30. Equals sphere of material production, equals sphere of subsistence production, estimate. Middle. N. Petty. Bourgeoisie. The great upheaval. 205. Came from the reduction of unemployment, the totalitarian state, and the affirmation of a great Germany. There were 5.5 million unemployed workers in 1933, 2 million in 1935, fewer than 1 million in 1937, and a 0.2 in 1939. Production more than doubled between 1933 and DI 939 AT, which time it had surpassed its record level of 1929 by 26%. There was a policy of large public works projects, highways, railways, airports, as well as such urban projects as constructing prestigious buildings for the regime. Armaments were emphasized. By 1935 German armaments spending surpassed French armaments spending by 50%, and the Krupp factories were working at the limit of their capacities. Between 1935 and 1939 armament production capacity was multiplied by a factor of 6. A policy of ersatz manufactures stimulated the chemical, metallurgical, textile, and food industries. All this took place within the framework of a rigorous policy of price and credit control and neutralization of excess buying power. Nazi Germany's foreign trade strategy was based upon bilateral accords and mechanisms FOI payment by compensation, which allowed for a strengthening of trade, especially with Latin American countries and countries in Central and Mediterranean Europe. But the resurgence and the policy of state control laid upon and Reinforced the powerful industrial and banking groups within German capitalism. Even foreign companies General Motors, Ford, Unilever, Shell, Schroeder were respected, they simply had to reinvest all of their profits in Germany. Participation by the state in banking, steel production, and naval construction was transferred to private interests, and municipal control of electrical production was discouraged to the benefit of private industry. And though Hermann Göring Reichswerke joined public capital together with private capital, this was because public support was necessary to develop marginally profitable production from poor iron ores. Above all, the process of cartel formation within German capitalism was strengthened still further. The number of cartels grew from 1,500 in 1923 to 24 to 2,100 in 1930, IG Farben dominated the chemical industry. After 1926, by 1926 to 27 the Vermachstahlwerke had reassembled the four largest steel producers, and after the merger in 1929 of the Deutsche Bank with the Diskontogesellschaft, 3 banks dominated the entire banking system. A 1933 law systematized this organization of German capitalism by requiring companies to participate in the cartel of their sector, reflecting a concern for simultaneous horizontal and vertical rationalization. Thus, 2°6 A History of Capitalism. The industrial effort necessary to the Reich became organized and systematized. Powerfully supported and strongly structured by the state, German capitalism was reinforced in a form which was without doubt the most extreme ever assumed by state capitalism. This development took place at the heart of a society caught in the tight grip of an intricate network woven by the state and the party. Goebbels had announced, the state will be the leading organization of public and private life. All the forces of the nation will be subject to the state, in such a way that it will be impossible for them to exercise any activity outside the state. The state will put into effect the totalitarian principle. The spearhead and organ of surveillance, control, and state repression was the police. After 1933 all local police were unified. In 1934 the Gestapo were joined with the SS under the direction of Himmler. In 1936 all police units became subject to the Gestapo-SS apparatus. From 1933 to 1938 more than 400,000 Germans were arrested and many of them were put into the camps. All aspects of life became ensnared together. Workers were organized into a labor front created in May 1933, at the same time as the trade unions were dissolved. For leisure there was Kraft der Freude. For everything, for everyone, there were organizations, for young people, students, teachers, artists, women, parents. Radio, the press, cinema, and schooling were totally at the service of the National Socialist ideology and propaganda. Hitler offered to the humiliated Germans the possibility of a triumphant Germany. In Mein Kampf he wrote that all men of the same blood should belong to the same Reich. Once united, what can be done with a people without space? The National Socialist movement must find the courage to gather together our people and their power in order to launch them on the road which will lead them out of their present narrow habitat toward new territories. Of course, it was necessary to annihilate France. Never allow the formation in Europe of 2 continental powers. In any attempt to organize a second military power on German borders, you must see an attack against Germany. The Reich had to expand in Europe toward the east. Be careful that the source of our country's power is not in the colonies, but in Europe, in the soil of the homeland. The gigantic state of the East is ripe for collapse. And finally, why be limited to Europe? A state which, in a time of racial contamination, jealously watches over the preservation of the best elements in its own race, must one day become the master of the earth. May the members of our movement never forget this. The Great Upheaval. 207. The year 1935 saw the re-establishment of military service 111 Germany. The following year reoccupation of the Rhine. In 1938 Hitler became Kommandeur Chief ol the Reichswehr. The same year saw the occupation of Austria, the Prague Ultimatum, the Munich Accords. 1939 saw the occupation of Czechoslovakia, the capture of Klaipėda, the Italian-German military alliance, the German-Soviet non-aggression pact, and the invasion and then the division of Poland with the USSR, which occupied Finland. The inferno of World War II was then lit. Germany dominated Europe. But the attack by the USSR and the US entry into the war reversed the balance of forces. But 3 more years of pitiless war and mass destruction and 50 million deaths were required before the German capitulation, and the use of the first atomic bomb before the Japanese capitulation. From then on, 2 great powers dominated a devastated world, the United States, leader of the capitalist camp, and the USSR, at the center of a new bloc which invoked the name of socialism. Summary. The crisis of the 1920s and 1930s resulted from the same combination of contradictions that essentially led to the 1914-18 war, the loss of energy, industries of the first industrialization, accentuation of competition between national capitalisms, pressures by the workers' movement to obtain a less unequal division of produced values. These contradictions acted within a world which had been divided up between the zone of American influence, the British Commonwealth, the French, Dutch, and Belgian empires, and both surrounded and turned back upon itself the USSR. Aided by protectionism, it was within each zone of influence that these contradictions intensified and that the path toward crisis helped or hindered by the policies of each great power developed. But industries of the second generation were at this time in full development. And, in a striking dialectical reversal, the rise in buying power of some fractions of the working class, which in the eyes of most capitalists should have ruined the system, revealed itself to be an element of economic dynamism and social integration. On the whole, the length of the working day was reduced and real wages increased for workers in the leading industrial countries. But unemployment remained an unrelenting burden, especially at times of crisis. 208 A History of Capitalism. Through foreign investments, unequal exchange and price scissoring and improvement in the terms of exchange, a considerable transfer of values occurred from the colonies as well as from the new countries. Producers OT minerals and agricultural products toward the large, industrialized capitalist countries. 61 Thus, the relative improvement in the buying power of the European and American working classes was in part provided from or compensated by, from the point of view of capital, a levy upon primary sector producers, especially the peasantries, of the entire world. During this period industrial concentration increased in many forms, large companies, groups, combines, and cartels. Industrial plants making use of several thousand workers were no longer rare, and some employed tens of thousands. The role of the state widened and deepened, especially in times of war, as well as for large public works projects and the development of indirect wages. 6 More generally, duties of direction, organization, and administration increased. Alongside the peasantry, the petty and middle bourgeoisie, and the working class, a new class was developing, the technobureaucracy. Though it was essentially a wage-earning class like the working class, it did not directly confront material production like the peasantry and the working class, and in its way of life it was often closer to the petty and middle bourgeoisie. 63. These evolutions took place in a world split apart. It was split primarily because state collectivism in the USSR was developing as a wedge firmly sunk within the world market. 64 Moreover, the previously dominant imperialism of Great Britain no longer had the means for regulating a system of world payments, while the leading economic power, the United States, did not take charge of this task. Each great power was focused upon a national objective: American prosperity, the pound, the franc, the recovery of German power. Finally, during the difficulties of the crisis, each great power withdrew into its own cocoon or its own project, while Hitler's Germany was mobilizing for national greatness, rearmament, conquest, and the mastery of Europe and the world. In this fragmented world, each protectionist retreat expanded the crisis. Supply countries were affected, and, because they purchased fewer goods, the leading industrial nations and the newer nations also contributed to the developing crisis. The nations which considered themselves deprived of their vital space, an area of influence for adequate economic and commercial growth, chose expansionist policies which led to the war. United States will have an increasingly large impact on the destiny of the world. The wealth and power of the United States are 1/4 of the wealth and power of the globe. At the end of World War I, the United States was the leading power in the world, although the expansion of American territory took place on American soil and the extension of American power within the Americas. At the end of World War II, the United States was a great industrial, monetary, and military power. U.S. industrial production in 1945 was more than double that of annual production between 1935 and 1939. In 1945 the country produced half the world's coal, 2/3 of the oil, and more than half of the electricity. That year, U.S. production capacities reached 95 million tons for steel, 1 million tons for aluminum, and 1.2 million tons for synthetic rubber. The United States was able to produce great quantities of ships, airplanes, land vehicles, armaments, machine tools, chemical products, and so on. It held 80% of the world's gold reserves and had not only a powerful army but also the atomic bomb. Facing the USSR, whose power had also strengthened and whose territorial influence had expanded, the United States assumed the role of leader of the capitalist camp. After 1943, U.S. representatives studied with their British counterparts the reconstitution of what had been so cruelly lacking between the two wars, a system of international payments which would allow for the simultaneous imposition of the necessary equilibria and the possible expansion of exchange and payments. In 1944 at Bretton Woods a system was established based upon the definition of each currency in relation to gold and fixed exchange parities, known as the gold exchange standard. This system used the dollar as its keystone for at least its first 15 years. In 1945 Roosevelt and Churchill prepared the post-war era by negotiating with Stalin at Yalta about respective zones of influence. This same year American and Russian troops joined together in Germany and confronted one another in Korea. Once Germany and Japan were defeated, two movements developed which came to dominate the immediate post-war period. For the period as a whole, they were to determine the division of the world into two blocks, one dominated by the United States, the other dominated by the USSR, and decolonization. Through Stalin's industrialization effort before and during the war, the USSR had become a great industrial power. The sacrifices and destruction of the war were enormous, but in 1950, at the end of the fourth five-year plan, the index of industrial production surpassed by 71% that of 1940. Coal production reached 250 million tons, and steel production reached 25 million tons. The Red Army was large, powerful, and well equipped. The first Russian atomic bomb was exploded in 1949. Through its army, the USSR was present in all the Central European countries, and the United States was afraid that Russian influence would extend into Turkey and European countries where communist parties were powerful. A planetary chess game then began, with each of the two superpowers placing their pawns, reinforcing the zones in which they dominated, and threatening those in which the other appeared weak. Exceptional periods of tension established the points which were not to be surpassed. In 1947 the Marshall Plan was launched and the Cominform was established. In 1948-49 the Americans organized the air bridge in response to the Soviet blockade of Berlin. In the West communists were expelled from the governments they participated in. Communist parties were sometimes forbidden, and a terrible civil war led to the crushing of the partisans in Greece. In the East communists took absolute control over state apparatuses and Soviet generals were named command. ERS in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. The Korean War demon. Straight each side's desire for victory as well as their shared interest in avoiding widening the conflict, which would bring the risk of a new world war. The United States institutionalized its military alliances in the Americas, the North Atlantic, and Southeast Asia, while the Soviet Union had established solid political, economic, and military ties with the popular democracies of Europe by the end of the 1940s. Thus two worlds face-to-face became organized economically, monetarily, and in matters of defense. The capitalist world, yesterday hegemonic, discovered today that the earth belonged to it no longer, that some raw materials and markets were no longer accessible to it, and that another mode of accumulation and industrialization also existed, founded upon the collective appropriation of the means of production, central planning, state direction, and state force. At the same time the Third World was being born. It arose principally through the powerful decolonization movement which had been engendered during the war by the strengthening of new bourgeoisies and intelligentsia, by the awareness of the unbearable and avoidable character of colonial domination, and by the desire for independence. The weakening of the European mother countries, the Japanese occupation of Asia, the participation by Third World peoples in the battles of the European mother 216 countries, the influence of Marxist analyses and perspectives opened by the Soviet Revolution, and liberation movements growing out of specific national and religious situations, all these, under different forms and following various pathways, presented an alternative, the possibility of liberation from colonial domination, administration, and exploitation, from paternalism, racism, persecution, or oppression. Independence was achieved in Syria, Lebanon, the Philippines, India, Pakistan, Burma. The independence process in Indonesia was strewn with pitfalls. There was war in Indochina, and riots accompanied movements of the people in North Africa and Black Africa. Even before political decolonization was achieved throughout the world, the new independent states sought to recover control over their natural wealth or their economic assets. Third World chiefs of state met and attempted to organize into a force which would weigh in the destiny of the planet. In 1955 an Afro-Asian conference was held at Bandung. Over 30 countries representing more than half the Earth's population voiced with new power a language which until then had been stifled by Western domination. Typical was the statement by C.P. Romulo, "We have experienced, and some among us experience still, the stigma of being belittled in one's own country, of being systematically reduced to an inferior condition, not only politically, economically, and militarily, but racially as well." In order to fortify his power, in order to justify himself in his own eyes, the Western white man considered as an established fact that his superiority resided in his genes themselves, in the color of his skin. Indonesia's President Sukarno echoed the same feeling. "For generations our peoples have been without a voice in the world. We have been those to whom no attention was granted, those whose fate was decided by others according to their own interests, which overwhelmed ours and made us live in poverty and humiliation." Phi asked, "Flo, can one say that colonialism is dead so long as vast regions of Asia and Africa are not liberated?" And India's Nehru stated, "Asia wishes to help Africa." It was in this world context that the reconstruction of the capitalist countries devastated by the war took place, and in this context that an exceptional period of prosperity flourished. and exceptional prosperity. After Reconstruction, the capitalist countries as a whole went through a remarkable period of growth. Never had the world experienced such a simultaneous advance in industrial production and world trade. 217. Table 6.1 Average annual growth rates in world industry and trade. World industry, world trade. 1860 to 72.95 to 5, 1870 to 1903 to 73 to 2, 1900 to 1913 4.23 to 7, 1913 to 29 2.7, 0.7, 1929 to 38 2.0 minus 1. 15 1938 to 48 4.10 0.0 1948 to 71 5.67 to 3. Source, Rostow, The World Economy, pages 49, 69. The war effort, the widened mobilization of workers for production, the systematization of methods for organizing work, and advances in productivity were such that, whatever had been the extent of destruction in World War II, the rate of industrial growth during the 10-year period from 1938 to 1948 equaled the highest growth rates attained since the middle of the 19th century, that is, during the period from 1900 to 1913, and on this already high base, a new and exceptional phase of growth began. For nearly a quarter of a century, growth rates averaged 5.6% per year for industrial production and 7.3% for commercial trade. Within this general movement, the developed capitalist world remained predominant, 3/5 of industrial production and 2/3 of world trade originated here. The United States dominated even further, 1/3 of world industrial production came from this country. Nevertheless, another mode of accumulation and industrialization was at work, effective in its own way, in the socialist countries. And a trend toward industrialization arose in the Third World countries, in part as an effect of the internationalization of industrial groups in the developed capitalist countries, and in part as the result of initiatives, private or state, in these countries themselves. In this period of general growth, inequality on a world scale increased, even when higher growth rates seemed to indicate that the Third World was beginning to catch up. In absolute values, the gap widened between per capita production in the developed capitalist countries compared to Third World countries. Post-war growth was the greatest that had ever been experienced by the capitalist countries as a whole. Slower in Britain, appreciable in the United States, this growth was especially marked in France and Germany, and still more so in Japan. It was based relatively little on an increase in labor power, and much more on a rise in labor productivity, which itself depended on an increase in the means of production put at the disposal of each worker, and which called for an intensification of individual labor. The rise in productivity was obtained by using the various means for pumping out surplus labor which capitalism had perfected during its development. 1. Various pressures were exercised through the indirect submission to capital of farmers, independent transporters, and an increasing number of artisans and small shopkeepers. Thus the farmers were caught between the price of what they bought from industry and the price of their own sales. Added to this was the burden of indebtedness. They were obliged each year to sell more and more. 2. When automation was impracticable, the old methods of piecework, work in the home, the sweating system, and so on were employed. These methods have been used, for example, in the ready-made garment trade, which employs women, recent immigrants, and even illegal immigrants. 3. Subcontracting, which enables a large company wanting to retain its brand name to demand low-cost prices from a small entrepreneur, was also utilized. The small entrepreneur is forced to require high productivity from his own workers and from those he employs as temporary workers. 4. New equipment, with greater capacities, higher speeds, and benefiting from advances in automation, has changed the nature of work, especially in the metallurgical, chemical, and textile industries. 5. The classic methods for organizing labor were put in effect anywhere possible. This occurred in places where these methods had been only slightly developed, particularly in Europe and Japan. In this way Taylorism, Fordism, and wage systems which spurred productivity became more widespread. 6. In order to extract more profits from increasingly costly equipment, continuous labor was utilized, using shift work, which permitted production to be carried on for 14, 16, or 24 hours in a day. This system, which in pre-war France was limited to production which the technology required to be unceasing, developed particularly after 1957. The percentage of shift workers among the working population grew from 14% in 1957 to 31% in 1974. 7. Finally, labor was intensified in offices, banks, insurance companies, the post office, and so on. Advances in calculating instruments and then computers produced an intensification of labor and an increase in the pace of work in these fields as well. The increase in productivity of the decade of the 1950s, then, occurred through forced surplus labor, and on the basis of a considerable accumulation effort that allowed the use of modern equipment. In some cases this meant a longer working day, with or without an intensification of labor. In other cases it meant principally intensification of labor. Sometimes it implied a disqualification/intensification of labor, and sometimes a degradation in living conditions, including all possible combinations. For 2 decades this effort has been generally accepted. It has been accepted in Europe and Japan by a generation of workers who lived through the war and who experienced privation and destruction. Through increased buying power these workers have been offered entry to the consumer society, and to the mass consumption which the United States had experienced between the 2 wars. And workers in the United States have accepted this effort because the choice remained between an always very energetic repression and access to still greater consumption. Capitalism's Great Leap Forward. 221. Studs Terkel records the words of some American workers. Phil Stallings, a welder at Ford. I stand in one spot, about 2 or 3 feet area, all night. The only time a person stops is when the line stops. We do about 32 jobs per car, per unit. 48 units an hour, 8 hours a day. 32 times 48 times 8. Figure it out. That's how many times I push that button. The noise, oh it's tremendous. You open your mouth and you're liable to get a mouthful of sparks. That's a burn, these are burns. You don't compete against the noise. You go to yell and at the same time you're straining to maneuver the gun to where you have to weld. You have to have pride. So you throw it off to something else. And that's my stamp collection. 1. Hobart Foote, a utility man at Ford. Phil Stallings. He's grown to hate the company. Not me. The company puts bread and butter on the table. I feed the family, and with 2 teenaged kids. There's a lot of wants. And we're paying for 2 cars. And I have brought home a 40-hour paycheck for Lord knows how long. And that's why I work 13 more years with the company. It'll be 30 and out. When I retire, I'm gonna have me a little garden. A place down south. Do a little fishin'. Huntin'. Sit back, watch the sun come up, the sun go down. Keep my mind occupied. 2. Gary Briner, President of Local 1112 of the UAW, whose members are employed at the General Motors assembly plant in Lordstown, Ohio. My dad was a foreman in a plant. His job was to push people, to produce. He quit that job and went back into a steel mill. He worked on the incentive. The harder you work, the more he made. So his knowledge of work was work hard, make money. My father wasn't a strong union advocate. He didn't talk management, he was just a working man. He was there to make money. I took on a foreman's job, some 6 or 7 weeks, and decided that was not my cup of tea. I went back as an assembly inspector utility. I don't give a shit what anybody says, it was boring, monotonous work. I was an inspector and I didn't actually shoot the screws or tighten the bolts or anything like that. A guy could be there 8 hours and there was some other body doing the same job over and over, all day long, all week long, all year long. Years. If you thought about it, you'd go stir. People are unique animals. They are able to adjust. 3. And Mike Lefebvre, a steel worker. Who you gonna sock? You can't sock a system. 4. Always more. Always faster. Non-stop. All day long. For the whole week. For the whole year. For years. Workers as a whole benefited in part from the additional production they had been induced to provide. 4. Capita hourly wages rose by 7.9% per year in Japan between 1955 and 1975, by 6% per year in West Germany during the 1950s, by 2.8% per year in Britain between 1949 and 1971, while the rise in hourly real wages in the United States was 2.5% per year between 1948 and 1970. In France, weekly real wages increased on the average by 4% per year between 1949 and 1973, while in the most favorable periods of the past this wage rose on the average by 2% per year. 5. After this time, consumption levels rose, the structure of consumption changed, the purchase of new durable goods, symbols of the consumer society, became widespread. This growth was expressed by an increase in housing construction, a new thrust of urbanization, development of road and highway networks, an increasing number of weekend outings and annual vacation trips, an increase in health expenses, a generalization of credit use, not only for home mortgages, but for buying cars and durable goods. Though the more the growth was undeniable, the better the improvement was less easy to grasp. For example, the car became a necessity for commuting to work, and it often became a burden and a worry. Leisure, vacation, and health expenses were also made necessary by a more intense rhythm of living and working. Once again, however, the conviction arose that an era of plenty had finally arrived. One economists worked at establishing growth as a model. Capitalism's Great Leap Forward 223. Either in a Keynesian perspective, or in a neoclassical perspective. 7. Some of them, notably W. W. Rostow and W. A. Lewis, established chronologies and extrapolations. 8. And while a few obstinate Marxists saw in each downturn in the economic situation signs of the fulfillment of the inexorable general crisis of capitalism, economists for the most part conferred with one another in an atmosphere of reassuring euphoria. Paul Samuelson, for example, has been declaring since the late 60s that the post-Keynesian era has developed currency and taxation policies which can create the necessary buying power for avoiding great crises as well as chronic recession. 9. A new great crisis. The 1960s crisis appeared inconceivable. The 1970s crisis had arrived, with its accompanying consequences, uncontrollable and ungovernable. There was a slowdown in growth, a rise in unemployment, an increase in inflation, a fall in workers' buying power, uncertainty, disquiet, latent anxiety, and an advance by the right in Europe and the United States. World War I had followed the First Great Depression and World War II was engendered by the Second Great World Crisis. There are tears that this Third Great Crisis may result in a Third World War. How have we arrived at this point? The logic of capitalist growth. implies it, the very movement of accumulation produced the obstacles which accumulation encountered. The seeds of the crisis of the 1970s were present in the prosperity of the 1960s. Depending on which indicators and methods of calculation are used, disparities may appear. But it is clear that the rates of profit of the chief capitalist countries began to decrease during the 1960s. In Britain, profit rates went down throughout the 1960s until 1975, in Germany, profit rates stagnated, with a slight decline after I-960 and a fall from 1968 to 69 to 1975. In France, the rate of profit declined after 1968-69, and fell from 1973 to 1975. In the United States, the rate of profit fell from 196.566 until 1974. It was only in Japan that the rate of profit increased throughout the 1960s, with a downturn which occurred, depending on the sources, in 1970, 1971, or 1973. 1. There were also strikes by white-collar workers, who have been, in their turn, affected by automation, disqualification, and mandatory work speeds. Capitalism's Great Leap Forward. 22. 5. There was a movement toward self-organized control of work speeds within the workshop, as in Italy. There was also a simple refusal to work. Absenteeism rates grew in German industry as a whole from 4% to 1% between 1966 and 1972. They grew from 6.5% to 9.5% between 1964 and 1973 in French mining and metallurgical industries. Absenteeism grew from 4% to 8.5% between 1961 and 1974 at Renault, and from 7.6% to 9.7% between 1970 and 1975 at Chrysler. Turnover exceeded 100% at the Fiat Works in Italy, stood at 40% at Ford in Britain, 25% at Ford in the United States, and grew from 40% to 60% in 8 American processing industries between 1966 and 1972. Lack of interest in work, carelessness, manufacturing defects, as Gary Briner, an American union worker, told Studs Terkel, monotony, boredom, and fatigue combine to the point where a worker says, fuck it. It's only a car, he'll let a car go by. 11. Something's loose or didn't get installed, somebody'll catch it, somebody'll repair it, hopefully. 11. Finally, the development of mass production has led to worsening pollution. The first to be affected, farmers, fishers, nature lovers, locals, have protested, organized, and increasingly succeeded in getting anti-pollution devices installed. Sometimes the workers, fearful of losing their jobs, have been distrustful or hostile to the ecologists. Sometimes they have realized that they are first to be polluted, and have obtained an improvement both in hygiene and in their conditions of work. In any case, these devices are extra expenses for businesses. The reduction in yields and the increase in costs have taken place at a time when competition is stiffening and the consumption model of the 1950s and 1960s has largely disintegrated. The great wave of reconstruction and the surge in the construction of new housing have begun to be absorbed. Equipping the non-equipped households has become a saturated market. Of course, after the refrigerator there is the freezer, and after the black and white television there is color television. But a certain stage has been reached. Moreover, consumers' movements denounce products which wear out too quickly. Many buyers carefully consider the quality and product life of their prospective purchases. At this point, only a massive and lasting rise in the buying power of the most disadvantaged strata could give new impetus to consumption. But inequality appears to be inherent in capitalist society. In the United States, even according to United States administration measures, there are 35 million poor people, 1/5 of the population. In France in 1970, 10 million people, 1/5 of the French population, were caught in the vicious circle of poverty. In the United States in 1966, the richest tenth of the population had an income 29 times greater than the poorest tenth. In France this same year the corresponding figure was 18 times 12. Thus the capitalist development of the economy, which produces and sustains this inequality, once more stumbles under its weight. Within each of the chief capitalist countries, the general trend is toward heavier costs, market saturation, and increased competition. These explain the tendency toward lower profitability observable during the 1960s. Foreign markets, of course, still remained. For each national capitalism, the effort to export appeared at least to be able to palliate the progressive saturation of domestic markets. From 1967 to 1971, exports increased at an annual rate of 9% for the United States, 12% for Britain, 16% for both France and West Germany, and 23% for Japan. For the mechanical and metallurgical industries, the percentage of business devoted to exports rose between 1960 and 1970 from 18% to 25% in France, 31% to 37% in West Germany, and 41% to 76% in Italy. In France between 1963 and 1973 the percentage of production which was exported rose from 16% to 23% for industry as a whole, and from 22% to 33% for capital goods industries. 13. Thus competition pitting industrial producers in one country against foreign producers became more intense not only for national markets, but for foreign markets as well. The French manufacturers of electrical appliances complain about the Italians, and then about the Japanese. The American automobile manufacturers complain about the Europeans and the Japanese, and Europeans complain about the Americans and the Japanese. By American, aka Franc-Carates. The Japanese have no need to say it, the Japanese buy Japanese. In order to sell, it appeared more and more that it was necessary to be present in the country, to do product assembly there, and even production. Thus there developed what had until then been only an exceptional form of the internationalization of capital, the implantation of affiliated companies or taking control of foreign companies. From 1967 to 1971 foreign investment rose at an annual rate of 8% for Great Britain, 10% for the United States, 12% for France, 24.5% for West Germany, and 32% for Japan. During this same period, capital invested abroad grew from $108 million to $165 million. As can be seen, the American, German, Swiss, and Japanese groups invested mainly in other capitalist countries, while the old French and 228 A History of Capitalism. British capitalisms kept a larger part of their assets in the Third World. If one considers investments in the dominated countries, Great Britain is present in the three large zones of influence, but the United States, Switzerland, and West Germany preferred Latin America, and France preferred Africa. The American banks strengthened their foreign presence simultaneously in Latin America first of all, but in Europe and Asia as well. The establishment of more effective technology and the use of more costly tools, the accentuation of competition, the search after and the conquest of foreign market outlets, the internationalization of production, these related processes accompanied a strengthening of concentration. In the United States, after the waves of concentration in 1897 to 1903 and during the 1920s, a new great period of concentration occurred during the 1950s. At the beginning of the 1960s there were around 1,000 mergers per year. In 1929 the 100 largest companies controlled 44% of U.S. industrial assets. In 1962 the figure was 58%. Huge U.S. financial and industrial powers dominated the production and commercialization of oil, the automobile industry, electrical construction, computers, and teletransmissions. In France the number of mergers increased after I-960 and particularly after 1963, there were 850 mergers between 1950 and I-960, but more than 2,000 between 1961 and 1971. Toward the end of the 1970s, many mergers of French companies took place, Saint-Gobain with Pont-à-Mousson, Pecheny with Ugmy Coleman, Wendel with Marine Firminy, BSN with Gervais Danone, Empain with Schneider, Mallet with Neuflies Schlumberger, as well as the strengthening of two large financial groups, Suez and Paribas. 14 in West Germany, concentration strictly speaking was doubled by the strong concentration of powers within the administrative boards of large companies and banks. Thus in 1973, 35 representatives of the three great banks held no fewer than 324 mandates in the supervisory councils of German companies. 15 throughout the world, the powerful industrial and financial groups observe, coexist, confront, and ally themselves with one another. Crisis of the international monetary system and pressure from the Third World. In this combat among titans, U.S. groups had an advantage which considerably influenced the game. The U.S. currency, the dollar, was in fact capitalism's great leap forward. 229. The world currency. What had been established at Bretton Woods was of course in principle a gold exchange standard, with each currency defined in relation to gold and fixed parities of exchange, but what in fact functioned throughout the 1950s was a system of payments based on the dollar, in which all currencies were defined in relation to the dollar itself, convertible into gold, and above all, as good as gold. For in the immediate post-war period and the 1950s the dollar shortage and the dollar famine dominated the economic and monetary relations of the capitalist countries. From 1946 to 1955 there was a surplus of $38 billion in the U.S. balance of current payments. From this time onward, U.S. aid was necessary not only to reconstruct and restart activity by U.S. partners but to maintain U.S. exports as well. From 1945 to 1952 U.S. aid reached $38 billion, divided between $29 billion for Europe and $7 billion for the countries in Asia and the Pacific. But as the economies of the chief capitalist countries were rebuilt and became modernized, their commercial trade picked up, their currencies became stronger, their account balances improved, and their relative importance compared to the United States increased. The U.S. share of production within the capitalist world as a whole fell from 70% in 1950 to less than 66% at the beginning of the 1960s and less than 50% at the beginning of the 1970s. During the same period the share of the United States within Western trade fell from 1/2 to one-third to 1/4. Overall, the American economy benefited abroad from two major assets, its trade surplus, and the net income of its foreign assets. 16. To this must be added the fact that the dollar was the world currency, which gave any U.S. investor, trader, or speculator the means for purchasing throughout the world, with no impediments other than those established by the U.S. banking and monetary authorities. Professor James Tobin acknowledged this with great simplicity before a congressional committee. In 1963, under the reserve currency system properly functioning, the initial beneficiary of an increase in the supply of international money is obviously the reserve currency itself. It is pleasant to have a mint or printing press in one's backyard, and the gold exchange standard gave us, no less than South Africa, this privilege. We were able to run deficits in our balance of payments for 10 years. Because our IOUs were generally acceptable as money. 1. 230. And the Financial Secretary, C.D. Dillon, stated that we have a very real benefit in that we have been allowed to finance our deficits through increased foreign holdings of dollars. If we had not been a reserve currency, if we had not been a world banker, this would not have happened. It would have been the same situation as other countries face. As soon as we got into deficit, we would have had to balance our accounts one way or another, even though it meant restricting imports, as Canada had to do last year, or cutting back our military expenditures much more drastically than our security would warrant. I would say that is the chief area of benefit, although there is one other very important one, and that is that somebody had to be the world banker and provide this extra international liquidity. It has been the United States, which is proper, because we are the most powerful financial country and we had the most powerful currency. 18. During the 1960s, in fact, U.S. expenses overseas became heavier. There were governmental expenses, military expenses, and economic and military aid to regimes, which the United States chose to support. Moreover, the commercial surplus dwindled in the late 1960s, and commercial deficits appeared for the first time since 1935, $2.7 billion in 1971, and $6.90 billion in 1972. Thus assets in dollars overseas grew tremendously, and some governments preferred to convert them into gold, sometimes spectacularly, as in the case of General de Gaulle's government. The crisis of the dollar then issued from a two-sided movement: the rise in assets in dollars belonging to partners of the United States, and the fall in U.S. gold reserves. Assets in dollars outside the United States surpassed American gold reserves after I-960. By 1968 they were 3 times greater in value than the U.S. gold reserves, and by 1972, 8 times greater. Possessing dollars, the European banks opened credit accounts in dollars. This mass of euro-dollars approached 100 billion at the end of 1971. The United States suspended the convertibility of the dollar on August 15. 1971, the dollar was devalued by 8% in relation to gold in December 1971, and devalued again in 1973. This improved the situation of American industrialists in relation to their European and Japanese competition. Strong, the dollar had been the means for domination. Once devalued, it facilitated commercial competition. All the more so since American prices, which had risen very little at the beginning of the 1960s, began after 1965 to rise more quickly. But oil, especially from the Middle East, was paid for in dollars, at prices fixed in dollars. The devalorization, and then devaluation, of the dollar crystallized the uneasiness of the oligarchies in the producing countries, who saw the wealth under their lands being reduced and their assets growing in a currency which appeared suddenly to be no longer as good as gold. More deeply, a new stage appeared to have been reached in the long struggle for the control of national resources and for a more favorable sharing of the value these resources contain. Recall a few dates. 1958 nationalization of Mexican oil, boycott by the American companies. 1948 50/50th sharing of profits by the Venezuelan government, which was then overthrown by a coup d'état. 1951 nationalization of Iranian oil by the Mossadegh government, boycott of Iranian oil, followed by the fall of the Mossadegh government. 1950s the producing countries gradually obtain a 50/50th division of profits. I-960 creation of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. 1960s creation of national companies. 1970 Syria, by blocking the Taplin, prevents the transport of part of the oil from Saudi Arabia. Libya reduces its deliveries and increases its extract ions. When the Fourth Israeli-Arab War broke out in October 1973, the Decision to reduce deliveries and raise oil prices joined the unceasing pressure to lessen the advantages of imperialism. And the rise in the price of oil in 1973 compensated in large part for the fall in its relative price, at 232. A history of capitalism. The beginning of the 1970s, a barrel of oil allowed the importation of only 2/3 of the amount it had allowed in 1949. 19. But paradoxically, the interests of the American companies at this time converged with the interests of the oil-producing countries. American oil companies had an interest in raising oil prices, on the one hand because they were increasingly led to make use of more costly wells, and on the other hand because the oil companies were in the midst of becoming energy companies. A clear rise in energy prices was needed to ensure the profitability of new energy forms. Similarly, American industrialists had an interest in this price rise. 80% of their oil supply in fact came from American crude oil at $3 per barrel, while the Europeans and the Japanese were 100% supplied with crude oil bought at $2 per barrel. In addition to the devaluation of the dollar, the rise in world oil prices contributed still more to improving the position of American industrialists in relation to their European and Japanese competitors. Secondarily, then, the rise in oil prices strengthened the United States in relation to its principal capitalist competitors. Primarily, however, the rise in oil prices considerably increased export revenues for the oil-producing countries. The capitalist countries reacted in various ways, according to specific social tensions and political situations. West Germany chose to reflect back the effects of the oil price rise in a rough manner. The cure was harsh, but the rise in prices remained moderate, the Deutschmark remained solid, and the balance of trade quickly became positive. On the contrary, in France, Italy, and Great Britain, the choices were different, and the pressure on workers' buying power was exercised largely through inflation and unemployment. Those who thought they could make up for the rise in oil prices with a subsequent rise in the price of industrial products for the most part lost their money. From 1974 to 1978 the price of oil roughly followed industrial prices, and in 1979-80, oil prices increased still more. Rise in the prices of oil and gold, disorder in the international monetary system leading to adoption of floating rates of exchange, weakening of the dollar, whose principal strength lay in the fact that no other currency was able to replace it as a world currency, a great flood of monetary creation, as each great multinational bank was in a position to grant credits in different currencies, and thus to contribute to the creation of these currencies on a world scale, international speculation, national and world inflation, companies or whole sectors caught in the whirlwind of crisis, unemployment, anxiety, fear for the future. In short, the essential outlines of the crisis may be summarized as follows. 1. Exhaustion of the models for accumulation of the 1950s within each capitalist country, and a fall in the rate of profit during the 1960s. 2. An intensified search for foreign outlets, the development of exports and foreign investments, and increased intercapitalist competition. 3. The increasing burden of U.S. imperialism on the Third World, the gradual questioning of the dollar and the international monetary system, and then the crisis of the dollar, which had to be detached from gold. 4. The U.S. response to European and Japanese competition through devaluation of the dollar, and the rise in the price of oil. 5. Within the dynamic opened by the post-war process of decolonization, the successful attempt by the oil-producing countries to obtain a more favorable sharing of produced value. 6. The attempt to make up for the effects of the oil price rise, either by recycling the capital of the oil countries or by raising industrial prices, moderate indexation and then a strong rise in the price of petroleum products. 7. A demand by the other Third World countries for a new international economic order, and especially the determination of the Third World to industrialize, which conflicted with the interests of some industrial sectors in the developed capitalist countries. Thus the current crisis results simultaneously from internal contradictions inherent in the process of capitalist accumulation, which develop differently within the different national capitalisms, competition and rivalries which oppose the principal developed capitalist countries, and conflicts of interest, even antagonisms, between the developed capitalist countries as a whole and the countries of the Third World as a whole, as well as conflicts which oppose the capitalist countries against those countries producing oil and other raw materials, those in the midst of industrialization, and those with strategic importance. The succession of these different contradictions and their constant interaction result in the particular seriousness of the present crisis. The new mutation of capitalism. There is nothing to prevent the hope that socialism may be born out of a crisis of capitalism. To think that this may yet be possible requires for anyone who does not identify concrete socialism with the countries having collective appropriation of the means of production and centralized planning, such as they have developed, taking up once again a radical reflection on socialism. 21 is a considerable rate of accumulation compatible with the journey towards socialism. Who will decide the scope and application of accumulation? Who will support the burden of accumulation? How can the attitudes of fear, dependence, and submission, present from time immemorial, be pushed back? How can the perpetuation or restoration of class domination be avoided? All these problems are posed in different ways according to the history, nature, and current situation of each national social formation. There is nothing to prevent the fear that the present crisis may give rise to the worst, to absolute modern tyrannies, to a multiplication of conflicts, and even a World War III with the risk of total destruction of our planet. What is most probable is that in this as in other crises, capitalism will undergo profound mutations and achieve new advances. This future is already here. In current trends one can see the main lines of change as well as the zones of uncertainty. The East and the West. Let us begin with the certainty which will open out into several major questions. The world increasingly tends to be divided into the capitalist camp and the socialist camp, with two superpowers, the United States and the USSR, two groups of intermediate powers, and two groups of slightly developed and dominated countries. Since the beginning of the 1950s, the socialist camp has been expanding, although in Europe the borders appear to have stabilized following the line defined at Yalta. The USSR now has strongholds in Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and even in Latin America. In order to extend its influence, it has three assets at its disposal: the real determination on 235. The part of countries dominated by Western imperialism to free themselves of this domination and to achieve national independence, a mode of accumulation which has proved itself in the slightly developed countries, most precisely called state collectivism, and a mode of political organization and ideological mobilization which has also proved itself. In the face of this advance, the United States has generally, and especially in Latin America and Asia, relied upon dictatorial regimes dominated by narrow oligarchies supported by the army, police states having recourse to a greater or lesser degree to police terror, torture, and murder. These apparently strong states can suddenly reveal themselves to be extremely fragile, as in the case of the Shah's regime in Iran or the Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua. Beyond these few observations, a series of questions appears. Will the socialist camp continue to advance during the crisis? Will it not also find itself in difficulty in certain countries, involving the necessity for direct military intervention, as in Afghanistan in 1980? Will localized wars burst out again? Will a country or group of countries be able to succeed for long in belonging to neither of the two camps, and if so, what means might they have to avoid being at the mercy of an eventual new dividing up of the world? For won't the United States and the USSR reach a point where a new worldwide Yalta will appear to them preferable, and acceptable equilibrium having been achieved to pursuit of an endless conflict? There are other uncertainties. Will relations between the two camps tend to harden with localized military confrontations or relax with the development of commercial and technological trade? In a sense, the socialist camp, with its immense equipment and consumption needs, could constitute an enormous market for the large industrial groups of the West. 22. But with borrowed technology and a relatively underpaid working class, this camp could also be a formidable competitor, as has begun to occur for the Western automobile market. Thus two main questions remain open and decisive. Will one camp expand to the detriment of the other? Will the principal tendency between the two camps be toward conflict or toward the development of exchange? The interrelation between the two great productive systems, capitalist and state collectivist, will depend on answers to these questions. But the answers themselves depend on the history of the coming decades, and on the bonds which will be formed between these two peoples, these two 236 nations, these two social systems, these two superpowers, the USSR and the United States. The breakup of the Third World. During the period of prosperity, the development of the industrialized countries resulted in the development of underdevelopment in the dominated countries. 23. In the course of the crisis, disparities and inequalities increased on a worldwide scale, but also within the Third World itself. First of all, a rift has deepened between the oil-exporting countries, with small populations, and the rest of the countries of the Third World. Through the oil crises, the oil-producing countries have obtained a new share in the value of their now strategic commodity. These oil countries have become in a way the nouveau riches of the planet. The average income per person in these countries has surpassed that of the industrialized countries. Fabulous fortunes are amassed and handled by the oligarchies in power. On the whole, the populations benefit from wealth which filters down, and these countries use immigrant laborers who have come from neighboring countries and from Europe. The inequalities are huge. The inhabitants of the developed capitalist countries and of the oil-producing countries dispose of 2/3 of the world's production, while the countries of the Third World dispose of only 15% of the world's production. Among the latter, the poor countries of Africa and Asia dispose of only 2.4% of world production, and other world, crushed and doomed to misery and famine. This world inequality, already distinguishable when one examines averages, is widened and multiplied still further by national inequalities. Between the richest and the poorest countries emerge groups of countries or countries where the average income is rising in southern Europe, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. A new wave of industrialization is forming and becoming larger. At the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, capitalist industrialization extended mainly across Europe and North America. Between 1914 and 1945, capitalist industrialization intensified, while the Soviet Union instituted the new methods of state socialism. Capitalist industrialization spread into Mediterranean Europe, Australia, and Latin America. Since 1950, industrialization has progressed through the methods of state collectivism in Eastern Europe and China, and through capitalist methods of accumulation in Southern Europe and Latin America. Since the end of decolonization, new zones of industrialization, capitalist or state collectivist, have formed in East and South Asia, around the Mediterranean basin, and in some countries in Africa and the industrialization of these countries has continued, and even increased, during the current crisis period. For one aspect of the current crisis is the redistribution of industries on a world scale. From 1970 to 1977, annual rates of industrial growth were particularly high in the countries of East and South Asia, South Korea, Indonesia, Taiwan, Thailand, the Philippines, Singapore, and Malaysia, and Hong Kong. Of course, high growth rates must be considered in their actual dimensions when the point of departure is low. Besides, These growths are known to be determined by establishment of, or orders from, large Western industrial groups. Nevertheless, new bourgeoisies and new technobureaucracies have formed in these countries, and along with them, new working classes. Authoritarian and dictatorial states may hold these countries, but they too must take into account that the balance of power and the relations of force in a society are never fixed and settled once and for all. During the same period, industrial growth has also been high. In various Latin American countries, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Brazil, Paraguay, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and El Salvador, Mexico. Capitalism's Great Leap Forward 239. This is a continent oppressed by U.S. domination. The countries here are already rich in revolutions, peasant and worker struggles, popular conquests, and breakthroughs of democracy. It is a continent holding many promises which in recent times has been especially battered, crushed, and ravaged by bloody repressions. These countries bear many hopes and much mourning. During the whole period from 1970 to 1977, there were high rates of industrial growth in a few countries in Africa, North Africa, the Middle East, and Mediterranean Europe. The rate of industrial growth in Iran, which had been 13% during the 1960s, fell to 3% from 1970 to 1977. Similarly, the growth rates of Greece, Spain, and Portugal, which had been 9% during the 1960s, fell to 5% after 1970. Thus, from the point of view of the leaders of the capitalist West, one of the more interesting aspects of recent history and the crisis in various ways has contributed to this is that the Third World has been fractured and split apart. Henceforth there are countries attached by their regimes to the capitalist camp, countries attached to the socialist camp, and countries which attempt the expression has already aged to remain non-aligned. There are cultural and religious differences which stand out more now than they did at the time when the colonizer and colonization were an obvious target and permitted the formation of a united front. From an economic point of view, there are now the oil-producing countries, the mineral-producing countries, the countries which are mainly islets of welcome for the Western industrial groups, the countries which are beginning the second stage of their industrialization, the countries which are beginning to industrialize, and the poor agricultural countries of Asia and Africa. Besides, there is a great variety in the political regimes and in the class alliances. They rest upon a diversification which crosses the lines of the previous division. Thus Third World countries are characterized by domination by a traditional oligarchy supported by the army, a military dictatorship, domination by a technobureaucracy of the state supported by the army, an alliance of a technobureaucracy of the state with, for example, the petty bourgeoisie, a part of the peasantry, or a budding bourgeoisie, or a populist regime. And in each case the types of relations that the capitalist 240 A History of Capitalism countries can establish, and the points of support they can find, are extraordinarily various. A multipolar center? In the present crisis, the rivalry between the chief capitalist countries has played its part. International competition has intensified with the progressive saturation of national markets. Exports and foreign investments have increased, in large part reciprocally. There has been a refusal of the absolute leadership defended by the United States after the war. An international monetary system founded on the dollar has been called into question, and so on. But no other country wishes or is able to take over this role. Europe, forever divided, cannot be a power, and probably will never be one, so long as it remains split by the division decided at Yalta. Japan moderates its ambitions, and for the moment keeps principally to Asia somewhat as the United States kept mainly to the Americas after 1918. The only rival of the United States is the USSR. Its ambition today is to push back, and gnaw away at, the American sphere of influence. Thus the capitalist camp will remain dominated by the United States, but the United States has had to make concessions and compromises with the other capitalist powers, by recognizing their particular zones of influence in the world, by accepting that each of these other countries may have the potential for greater autonomy in defining its positions, especially toward the USSR, by gradually establishing a monetary system in which each strong currency can be better acknowledged and have a greater impact. As a counterpart, the United States finds allies and assistance among the industrialized capitalist countries. For example, it is through IBM France that IBM is present in many of the countries of Africa and Latin America. In 1975, U.S. banks held only 5 affiliates or branch offices in Africa directly, but they held 500 through their own European affiliates. The American financial group, Morgan, is tied in many ways to the French financial group, Suez, and its British affiliate Morgan Grenfell, together with Suez, has created subsidiaries in Hong Kong and Singapore. Thus within the banking and industrial domain a hierarchical system has been established, such as has already been functioning in the political and military domain, principally by means of state relations. It is a supple hierarchy, multiform and shifting, in which one can observe 4 main levels. Capitalism's Great Leap Forward 2411. Dominant imperialism. United States. 2. Ancillary imperialisms. Britain, France, West Germany, Japan, others. 3. Privileged supporting countries. Tour the U.S. for each ancillary imperialism. Around the in the middle in Asia, Mediterranean East in Latin America. 4. Other countries around the in the middle in Asia, Mediterranean East in Latin America. In Africa. In Africa. Membership in the core of ancillary imperialisms implies not only sufficient economic power but also a capacity to exert force and intervene, both politically and militarily. Ideological or cultural influence and scientific or technical prestige are also important. Membership is furthermore never acquired once for all time. The force exerted depends on the balance of power, and this is forever shifting. One more aspect of what is at stake in the crisis is found here. Each developed capitalism, if it wishes to remain within the dominant group, must not let itself be overtaken within this group, and in certain domains, must take the lead. For those in charge, publicly or privately, within each national capitalism it is a question of managing the decline of activities judged to be unprofitable and unnecessary, maintaining and modernizing agri-cultural potential, which will be an element in the balance of power in coming decades, modernizing and adapting second-generation industries, fabricating consumption goods as much as equipment goods to their new possibilities, and giving a good start to the technical and industrial development of third-generation industries, for these industries will be the basis for the new model of accumulation which is being established. In the eyes of the ruling classes of the imperialist countries, a condition for this new model of accumulation is the restructuring of productive activities to ensure greater competitiveness and thus the closing of some companies and the total or partial liquidation of some productive sectors. The new model of accumulation may also involve increased pressure on workers to help companies recover their profitability. Inflation and unemployment may be means to this end. The many efforts to limit wage increases and, more generally, the questioning or restriction of workers' gains, social security, public services, the nationalized sector, the right to strike and the rights of unions may also be a means of recovering profitability. Movement in this direction has been particularly strong in Mrs. Thatcher's Britain and in the France of Giscard d'Estaing. More fundamentally still, there are the ceaseless efforts by the employers to bring the workers to breaking point either through the development of precarious job forms or through calling into question the acquisitions which unify workers. Through these means the decline in the share of company revenues within the total national value added may be progressively slowed down. 24. These measures also re-establish improved profit conditions for the most successful companies and help create a favorable context for the workings of a new model of accumulation. 2. A new model of accumulation. Already, the chief components of this new model of accumulation can be perceived. They include new leading industries, new mutations in the work process, a considerable upheaval in the way of life which will give impetus to a new mass consumption, and a still greater diversification in the forms of worker mobilization. The new leading industries will be new energy forms and new technologies which enable the saving of energy in transportation, production, and habitation, new techniques for the fabrication of materials, substances, and elements, and above all, the application of electronics. Electronics particularly will cause profound changes in the process of production, the organization of work, daily life, and the model of consumption. The level of research, the efficiency of production, and thus the place of each country in the international hierarchy will largely depend on the mastery of electronics. With these new technologies, especially teletransmissions and electron ICS, the direct process of production and the work process will be deeply transformed in industry, of course, but also in offices, post offices, banks, educational and health systems, and agriculture. In effect, the following Capitalism's Great Leap Forward 243 will become increasingly possible: storage of and access to necessary information, teletransmission of information, orders and images, treatment of complex problems involving large quantities of information, limits and factors, and command over complex productive systems and their simultaneous coordination in space, between themselves, and according to customers' orders and available stocks. In these areas France is clearly behind the United States and Japan. For instance, in 1979 there were nearly 10,000 industrial robots in the world, compared to 4,000 in 1975. 3,000 of these were in the United States, several thousand were in Japan, and 500 were in France. These devices have been in use for several years in the automobile industry. For example, at General Motors. When they took the units on, we were building 60 an hour. When we came back to work, with the units, we were building 100 cars an hour. A unimate is a welding robot. It looks just like a praying mantis. It goes from spot to spot to spot. It releases that thing and it jumps back into position, ready for the next car. They go by them about an hour. They never tire, they never complain, they never miss work. Of course, they don't buy cars. I guess General Motors doesn't understand that argument. 26. Any repetitive work so denounced through strikes by specialized workers. During the 1960s, and systems of assembly line work can be replaced during the next 2 decades with robots. Robots will certainly be used in places where the cost of labor power or the attitudes of workers render the use of living laborers unsuitable or unprofitable, although this will not prevent the development of tailorized work and assembly line production in other zones of the world. Moreover, robotization will most often be used for one part of productive procedures, with disqualified jobs subsisting, or developing, upstream or downstream. With computers, telecommunications, and the automation of large productive procedures will come the development of work by autonomous teams and autonomous workshops, which will be described by some people as self-managed. In cases where industrial robots will be unsuitable or too costly, workers will be able to organize themselves in an autonomous way provided they respect the objectives, norms, and limits transmitted to them by computer. In some cases they will be able to discuss and to express objections, but it is probable that the mass of available information and the combination of constraints will leave a very small margin of freedom. 244. Dominant imperialism. Relay imperialisms. Support countries. Australia. N. Zealand in Asia. India. In Latin AM, Brazil, in Africa, Mediterranean Egypt. Europe. 4 dominated countries. Oil prod. Others. T countries. Countries in East, Southeast, and South Asia. American countries. Middle Eastern countries. Diagram 1-6 The imperialist hierarchy and the circulation of value on national and world levels in the 1970s. 245. Moreover, the psychosociologists have approached the new perspectives, thus opened the individuals and the teams will be put into competition against each other. The authoritarian organization based on relations of superior to subordinate must disappear in the new model. No individual would depend on a superior. He would quite freely negotiate his concurrence with a continually changing structure of reciprocal relations between himself and those with whom he exchanges goods and services. A non-authoritarian structure implies the exercise of internal competition. Each individual would then be in a situation identical to that of an owner managing his own business. 27. In the same way, new forms of subcontracting will develop. There will also emerge new forms of dispersed workshops in the countryside, and work in the home. In group work situations, flexible scheduling will be able to develop, with a computer helping to indicate the limits. RC ///////// L asterisk V key national social formation. To keep the drawings as clear as possible, social classes have not been included. National state apparatus. Apparatus of finance capital. Ruling class. Apparatus of industrial capital. Apparatus of industrial capital mainly dominated by foreign capital. Capital export, loans, government aid asterisk. Circulation of produced value on national and world levels asterisk. For these flows, departure and arrival points only have been indicated, as the actual network of connections, interwoven and dense, cannot be represented on a diagram of this scale. 246 A history of capitalism. And to coordinate and carry out controls. These new technologies and this new organization of work will develop a new way of life and new mass consumption. Let us caricature things, starting only from what already exists. Nurseries are functioning where the children are under electronic surveillance. Schools are multiplying where each child, instead of a wooden table and a blackboard, has in front of him a video screen and a keyboard. To question the computer, an electronic house has been conceived and built which wakes up the occupants, controls the level of food supplies, can heat up meals, answer the phone, record television programs on demand, watch and deter unexpected or undesirable visitors. A system for the individual programming of an optimal urban path is being developed which would allow each driver, after having indicated his destination, to have his itinerary programmed and his driving guided. Take the right lane, turn right, slow down. Soon an electronic guardian angel will give advice to the driver. United States firms are researching an electronic driving system which would permit each vehicle to enter individually onto the highway, after which the cars would form into automobile trains, so that each car would restart its engine only when leaving the highway. Electronic games multiply and diversify. Experiments with the first newspaper on an electronic screen have just occurred in the United States. Electronics and telecommunications will profoundly change modes of access to various sorts of information: telephone, daily news, scientific or technical data, mail, order catalogs, and even mail. A profound change in the way of life will thus occur, followed by the gradual and then massive diffusion of electronic products. This will be accompanied by a renewal of the stock of traditional second-generation goods, and a diffusion of new goods. There will be new technologies, a new organization of work, new consumption, and new ways of living. One may imagine that this could lead to the establishment of a permanent control over each worker, whose training, work, and leisure would be systematically analyzed and programmed. Most probably, there will be an extreme split in the way workers are mobilized, with at one pole the strata and the categories who are capitalism's great leap forward 247. Perfectly integrated, totally at ease in a universe of programs, keyboards, screens, synthetic voices, and robots, and at the other pole, the groups and strata who refuse and reject this world, becoming quite totally marginal. Between the two will remain the traditional modes of work mobilization, joined for the most part to the dominant pole, work in the home, work at the craft level, dependent individual businesses, small subcontracting companies, new forms of piecework, substitute work, temporary work, and contractual work. If one considers that through multinational industrial and financial groups, this system will function on the 5 continents, at the 4 levels of the imperialist hierarchy, and in over 100 countries, one realizes that there will be a whole range of situations, diversified still further by national, cultural, and religious specificities, a capitalism multiple and unique, formed and coherent, split apart and structured. 28. A diversified and hierarchical multinational system. John F. Kennedy stated in 1962, foreign aid is a method by which the United States maintains a position of influence and control around the world, and sustains a good many countries which otherwise would defy nightly collapse, or pass into the communist bloc. 20. The essential has been spoken. Economic, military, food aid, loans, gifts, industrial and commercial investments, exchange of goods, cultural and military presence, there are so many bonds which reinforce dependence. And in addition to the directly established bonds, there are those which go through the secondary imperialist countries and continental points of support. The system first of all serves to prevent too many countries from turning to the socialist camp. It also forms a tremendous system for draining off produced value on a world scale. This draining of value is carried out in a perceptible and measurable way through income from foreign investments. For example, from 1970 to 1976, American industrial and financial groups made $67 billion worth of foreign investments, of which $27 billion came out of the United States. At the same time, these groups received $99 billion in income from these investments. This represents a net excess of $32 billion for these groups and a net return of $30 billion for American foreign accounts. 30. The draining of value occurs first through the payment of interest and the burden of foreign debt. The indebtedness of the dominated countries. 248. A history of capitalism. Table 6.13. Debt burden of dominated countries. Total low-income countries. Africa, Asia. Middle-income countries. Current medium and long-term debt 1965 *3 1. 27. 1970 68 17 5 I 1977 260 49 21. 1. 1985 *740 124 616. Debt service export ratio. 1970 D *10.3 1977 11. 8. 9.6 13.5 11. 8. 1985 plus 18. 1. 11.6 17.0 18.3. Asterisk 1965 figures were obtained from a different series to the others, but the order of magnitude remains significant. T forecast. Dollar estimate. Sources: FIT etal, La crise de impérialisme et la troisième guerre mondiale, World Bank, World Development Report 1979, p. 83, has in fact become massive during the recent period, and constitutes a new bondage, a new form of dependence. The current debts of the developing countries rose from $40 billion in 1965 to $70 billion in 1970 and to $260 billion in 1977. It has been forecast that they will rise to $740 billion by 1985. Indebtedness represents 4 to 5 times the currency reserves of the low-income countries, and 2 to 2.5 times the currency reserves of the middle-income countries. Debt servicing represents, on the average, 1/10 of export revenues. In 1977 this proportion reached higher levels for some countries, more than 20% for Bolivia, Mauritania, and Egypt, 28% for Uruguay, 30% for Peru, 32% for Chile, 43% for Guinea, and 48% for Mexico, up to 1/3, even 1/2, of export revenues are devoted to debt servicing. The draining OL value also occurs through the international exchange of goods and services. A major aspect of diversified capitalism on a worldwide scale, of deformed capitalism, is an extreme disparity in labor. 249. Table 6.14 Wages m. The developed and underdeveloped world. Imperialist support dominated countries. Monthly wages, 1970 to 72 USA 500 Mexico 157 S Korea 50 WGER 400 Brazil 157 Ghana 39 India 30 Philippines 38 Average hourly wage. Electronics USA 3 U Hong Kong 0.27 Production USA 2 3 to 2.6 Mexico 0 to 53 Taiwan 0.14 Office Equipment USA 3 to 67 Taiwan 0.38 Manufacture USA 2 9 to 3.0 Mexico 0.48 Hong Kong 0.30 Semiconductor USA 3 to 36 S Korea 0 to 33 Manufacture USA 3 to 32 Jamaica 0.30 USA 2.23 Trinidad 0.40 Textile Industry USA 2.49 USA 2.28 Mexico 0 to 53 Honduras 0 to 45 USA 2.1 1 Costa Rica 0 to 34 USA 2 11 BR Honduras 0.28 Index of Hourly Wage W.GER 144 Australia 97 S Korea 21 * Belgium 143 Austria 95 Hong Kong 19 Sweden 142 Italy 93 Singapore 19 Netherlands 139 Finland 87 Taiwan 15 Denmark 136 Spain 79 Switzerland 129 Ireland 67 Norway 127 Greece 42 USA 118 Brazil 40 Canada 110 Mexico 33 Japan 103 Portugal 26 France 100 Britain 74 * in Philips Industries. Sources, Michel et al. 1979. Capitalisme mondial, p. 144, fit etal, La crise de l'impérialisme, p. 215, L. Expansion, July 4, 1980. Costs. Between the cost of labor power of an American or European worker, which includes taking into account urbanization, a generalized wage-paying system, and separation from the rural world, an equipped house, a car, the costs of health, leisure, training of children, and so on, and the cost of labor power of a worker in Southeast Asia, living at the limits of the biological minimum, or of a worker in the Third World, still 250. Attached for the most part to a rural community, the separation is very great. Differences in wages serve as indicators of this. The range goes from 1 to 9 for the third indicator, from 1 to 16 for the First indicator, for the second indicator, the separation often exceeds 1 to 10 and once reaches 1 to 17. Since these are averages, these indices are sufficient to illustrate the gap. We know that the difference is enormous between a well-paid technician in an imperialist country and a laborer in Africa or Asia or a child living on one of these continents. 31. The present world capitalist system operates on a scale never attained before, at once unique and heterogeneous. It is then unimportant whether we think in terms of average world values and extra profits, or in terms of unequal national values. The fundamental phenomenon is this: just as low-priced oil from the Third World allows the capitalist countries to benefit from part of the oil income, in the same way the labor power of the Third World, bought at a low price and put to work in productive segments integrated within a multinational productive process dominated by industrial and financial groups, allows the capitalist countries to benefit from part of the value produced in the Third World. This may occur either through the multinational groups and their price transfers, or through the world market and the system of world prices. This phenomenon is not marginal or limited, it is massive. There were 35 to 40 million workers in the world just before World War I, today there are more than 160 million in the capitalist world, around no million in the imperialist and developed capitalist countries, and 50 million in the countries of the Third World. 32 and several hundred million peasants are becoming proletarians, chased from their lands and villages and forced to sell their labor power in order to live. These people live in the barriadas and favelas of Latin America, the shanty towns throughout the Third World, and the overcrowded cities of Asia. These are the free workers unconditionally available for new industrializations. Capitalism's Great Leap Forward 251. And one must insist that the imperialist system be grasped and understood as simultaneously unique and diversified. It is a hierarchical system with the United States as the dominant imperialism in the economic, monetary, technical, military, political, and ideological domains, as well as in its way of life and diffusion of information. This system also includes the ancillary imperialisms, former colonial powers and more recent powers which have their own specificities, assets, weaknesses, and particular zones of influence. These are threatened powers whose rank in the hierarchy of nations in the 21st century arise, preservation of their current position, or a decline is at stake in the crisis. Within this system there are also support countries, which are not imperialisms, but which, through their geopolitical situation, their impact, and their capacity for influence and intervention, constitute key elements within a world region. Among these support countries, the oil countries will occupy a special position for at least the next few decades. This system includes finally the dominated countries, the most numerous, the most disparate in their impact and potential, and whose importance may depend on the mineral wealth they conceal, on a particular strategic or political situation, or on their populations, among whom are found the most disinherited and forgotten people of the earth. The hierarchical character of this system is extremely supple, which makes it both vulnerable and adaptable. Beyond the diversity of peoples, cultures, languages, religions, and ways of living and dying, what creates the system's unity is a complex network of bonds, economic bonds, as well as class alliances on a world scale in which the ruling classes of the imperialist countries rely upon classes or organized forces in the support countries and dominated countries. At the limit, countries may be wholly created, with artificially supported regimes and strata or. In 1978 world arms exports were 47% from the United States, 27% from the USSR, 1% from France, 4% from Italy, 4% from Britain, and 2% from West Germany. 39. 40% of world research is organized within the perspective of national defense and war. Some 400,000 high-ranking scientists work on armaments research, 2/5 of all scientists in the world. Since 1950, the total destructive power of world arsenals has been multiplied several million times. The present increase in military spending occurs at a time when 1.5 billion people do not have access to adequate medical service, 570 million people are seriously undernourished, and 3 billion people lack safe drinking water. 40. Thus the world is caught in a spiral of terror and devastation. On the one hand, the means of destruction accumulate, enough to destroy the planet several times over, while on the other hand, 500 million human beings are threatened with death from hunger during the 1980s. 41. There is an economic crisis which, because of huge international indebtedness, speculation, and the seriousness of what is at stake for each nation, no one is able to master. And new technological advances further strengthen the power of the powerful and the crushing of the weak. And how can one help thinking that the worst is possible, that the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century opened the way toward World War I, that the crisis of the 1920 led to another world war, and that this third great crisis is still far from being overcome? At the same time, there are many possibilities developing which could be progressive factors. Summary. And then I told myself that all this unorganized violence was like a blind man armed with a pistol. Chester Himes. Manufacture of cotton cloth in the 16th to 18th centuries. Large metallurgical companies and then steel companies in the 19th century, automobile and electricity companies, and then computer and teletransmission groups. Through these, the same logic is always at work: forced surplus labor, realization of produced value and surplus value, enlarged capital leading to increased production, more commodities and more surplus value. This is a logic, then, of growth, but it is also a logic of crisis, for the increased production leads in one way or another toward saturation, toward a stiffening of competition, and toward a decline in profitability. Crisis: available capital, a larger reserve of labor power. These also signify the search for new markets, new processes, and new production. 258. How can one deny the fascinating creativity of this system, which in a few centuries has passed from mechanical looms powered by running water or steam to industrial robots capable of carrying out a series of complex operations, from printing to teletransmissions, from the discovery of America to the exploration of space? And how can one not be haunted by the destructive capacity of this dynamic at work? Its work has included the massacre of the Indians of the Americas and pillage of their treasures, destruction of the traditional rural way of life, and the proletarianization of poor peasants, beginning in England, the wasteful use of such non-renewable resources as coal, oil, and minerals, the degradation of the environment and the Earth's biological cycles, especially through air and water pollution, the risk of damages from nuclear power which will be a burden for generations to come, the unbounded use of labor power, both muscular and nervous, leading to fatigue, premature exhaustion, and accidents. Creation and destruction of resources, people, and landscapes. Creation and destruction of societies as well. A few centuries ago, rural societies were ruled by narrow aristocracies and the absolute power of the princes. In their midst were formed the embryos of the bourgeoisies and the working classes which developed with industrialization. Today in the United States, a narrow oligarchy of powerful industrial and financial groups is linked to a diversified range of the high, middle, and petty bourgeoisies, as well as to the higher strata of the salaried technobureaucracy. Urbanization and the establishment of a system of wage payments have been largely accomplished, and the working class and the petty bureaucracy have been for the most part integrated into the cycle of consumption through credit. And this U.S. oligarchy is tied to the ruling classes of the other capitalist countries, either through international proceedings by which governments agree to act together, through alliances and controls established between industrial and financial groups, or finally, through such authorities as the Trilateral Commission, in which high private or public leaders meet and agree to act together. This oligarchy has woven or allowed the establishment of multiple ties between the United States and the ruling classes or strata of the support countries and dominated countries. Against this logic, the idea of socialism was given life in the 19th Capitalism's Great Leap Forward 259 century by indignation at injustice, by generosity and obstinate hope. This was the hope that the ideas of solidarity, fraternity, equity, or equality, social justice, security, and democracy might be realized on this earth. All of the early ruptures with capitalism were made in the name of socialism. Today, against the capitalist logic, against imperialism, an alternative mode of production and accumulation exists and functions: state collectivism. For in the countries where a revolution which could be thought of as socialist was carried out, the economic and social constraints and the necessity to industrialize and therefore to extract a surplus, force surplus labor, and transform former rural inhabitants into workers were determining, it was by seizing the state apparatus that the core of the new ruling class asserted itself. And it was through the use of state force that the new ruling class imposed both work discipline and social discipline upon the productive classes. State collectivism, like capitalism, encountered the national reality and combined with it, the Russian power, exalted by socialist ideology and sustained by the vigor of anti-imperialist struggles, managed to attain through state collectivism the economic and military apparatus which makes it the second power in the world. And in third world countries an alliance of classes has enabled former oligarchies to be overthrown and provided the means for emancipation from imperialism. These countries find in state collectivism the possibilities for developing equipment and industry. 42. In each epoch, capitalism has functioned simultaneously on a national/regional/local scale and on a worldwide scale. This is particularly true at the present time, with a hierarchical system which covers the 5 continents, a world market, multinational groups, and international indebtedness. In each epoch capitalism has been both a factor for unification, even standardization, and a factor for accentuating differences, disparities, and inequalities. This is particularly so today, with the colossal strengthening of the means of transport, exchange, communication, and information. Capitalism has brought proletarianization, the wage payment system, urbanization, and the unification of consumption objects with productive processes and ways of living. Yet century after century, the most varied ways of mobilizing labor power and of extracting surplus labor have been superimposed upon one another in infinitely diverse social contexts. In each epoch, capitalism has been both creative and destructive, but today it is the very existence of humanity and the planet which is at stake. In the imperialist countries the workers have succeeded in organizing themselves, partly because of the advantages the ruling classes drew from 260 A history of capitalism. Imperialism, workers have obtained important concessions and reductions in the rigor of capitalist logic. They now have effective ways of influencing decisions and a more favorable sharing of produced wealth. Henceforth, this must be said and all of its implications must be considered. The working classes and, more widely, the working world of the dominant countries, are simultaneously in solidarity with the peoples and countries of the Third World, for both groups are subject to the logic of production, for profit, and dependent, for employment, for their standard of living, and for life itself, on the production of their national capitalism, sharing in this a common interest with their ruling class. Were the working classes to liberate themselves from their capitalist bourgeoisie, what is most probable, taking into account precedents and inertia, is the passage to a new class society, dominated by a new ruling class, with the establishment of a system combining state collectivism and a market economy. It is not that the advance towards socialism is impossible, but that it is more complex than the great visionaries of the 19th century ever imagined. It involves not only the socialization of the means of production, but also liberation from the millennia-long habits of dependence and submission. In a positive sense, it involves the invention of relations and pathways which will permit the collective mastery of crucial decisions. And here democracy is a fundamental achievement. A victory against the bourgeoisie insofar as the bourgeoisie would have preferred democracy to remain the affair of a narrow minority of owners and experts. Democracy is the fundamental condition for any advance towards socialism. The history of the last century has taught us this. Democracy, individual freedoms, and human rights are essential achievements that we have the responsibility to protect, and if possible, to widen, strengthen, and deepen. In the third world countries, the dominated countries, everything remains to be done. There must be a fight against the overlapping dominations of imperialism, of old exploiting classes and new exploiting classes, nascent bourgeoisies and technobureaucracies. At the same time there must be a fight against the effects of having been crushed for 1,000 years and against the effects of modern pillage, poor production, nourishment and health, mortality and illiteracy. The recovery of independence, national or continental, appears necessary, and this is not a matter of becoming liberated from one domination in order to fall under another. The formation of a large group of non-aligned countries is here fundamental. Capitalism's Great Leap Forward 261. In this framework, the methods of state collectivism may be efficient for developing certain types of production and carrying out certain processes. Perhaps new forms of production will be invented that will permit productive forces to be developed at the same time that social relations are transformed in the direction of socialism. Here we may hope that in their traditions of village community or popular solidarity, their wisdom of life, and their philosophical and religious traditions, some of the peoples who are today crushed may be able to invent a new art of producing, living, working, and deciding, which will bring to light what the young people of so many countries understood in 1968, the absurd and slimy bloatedness of modern capitalist society. At the end of the 1970s, the transformative power, both creative and destructive, of capitalism, was directly or indirectly at work throughout the world. The massive statist edifice of the USSR and the Soviet bloc, with bridgeheads on the different continents of the fragmented Third World, continued to confront capitalism. The socialist hope for something other than the two harsh realities of capitalism or statism remained alive. But the path toward realizing socialism, a new way of producing, living, working, and choosing, appeared far more difficult than the 19th century socialists had imagined. In the last 20 years of the century, generalized statism suffocated, while capitalism found new life through its mastery and control of science's contributions. The USSR and its empire fell apart. The most dynamic nations of the ex-Third World, as well as wide regions of China, joined the game of private enterprise, the market, and insertion into the world capitalist system. One country, two systems, promised the Chinese leaders at the time of Hong Kong's return to their fold. 200 countries, one system, such appears to be the unspoken slogan of the capitalist rulers at the turn of the century. This message is driven home both by the powerful resurgence of liberal ideology sweeping the entire planet and by the friendly-sounding allegory of globalization. Globalization in fact covers up the deepening abyss of inequality as well as the growing power of the giant transnational corporations to play mindless games with the fate of the world. Chapter 7. The End of the 20th Century. An accelerating transformation of the contemporary world. At the end of the 20th century we are at the center of a crucial change. Beyond the jolts and bumps of American hegemony, are we not witnessing the beginning of the end of Western preeminence, as evident in the decisive advances of India and China, along with advances too by most of the other countries in Asia? hidden behind the industrialization of countries in the South, and behind the debates about deindustrialization in the North, are we not witnessing also the beginning of the eclipse of industrial capitalism, which dominated the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century? And, accompanying the retreat of industrial capitalism, is there not visible a new form of capitalism, techno-scientistic capitalism, affecting all capitalist domains and social life as a whole? Though the years following the Second World War consolidated the preeminence of statist and capitalist systems of accumulation over tributary systems, the collapse of the Soviet Empire at the end of the 1980s marked the overall failure of statism. Certainly, this collapse was not the end of history, but it did mean that capitalism imposed itself on a world scale. And no one knows for how long, as the most efficient system of accumulation, commodity production, and social transformation. At the same time, with multinationalization, the rise in interdependencies, and the whole process described by the word globalization, the centuries-old period in which economic life could be analyzed in national and international terms drew to a close. At the same time, however, not all phenomena can be reduced to the global, for many. 262. The end of the 20th century. 263. Differences and disparities, far from diminishing, are in fact increasing in many domains. And the fact that money and commodity relationships are becoming dominant in the quasi-totality of the world's societies, at the same time as these societies are increasingly caught up in monetary and financial globalization, insidiously creates profound changes, entrenches inequality, and contributes to the rise of acracy. 3. Finally, while all societies are working toward economic growth, the growth which has already been achieved and which is in progress has begun to harm essential balances and the stability of the earth. And the ceaseless creation of new needs, joined with demographic growth and the destruction of natural resources, will all force future generations to face increasingly difficult choices. More than ever, because of the importance of these changes, it is necessary to understand the forces now at work. Through the current Great Change, which in many aspects resembles the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century, a complex process of decomposition/recomposition of the world is taking place. The word globalization gives an inadequate image of this process. Several trends operating together appear to us to form the outlines of a turning point in world history, for an immense acceleration of historical change. The Great Change. At the end of the 20th century. The years from 1973 to 1990 offer many points of comparison with the Great Depression of 1873-1895. We note the crisis in the West, the economic morass of many parts of Africa and South America, unprecedented growth in many parts of Asia, the emergence of new technologies, globalization. But with the collapse of the Soviet system, the renewal of American economic power, the advances of European unity, the resurgence of liberal ideology, and the formation of huge corporations, capitalism, whose tentacles extend into nearly all parts of the world, has once again demonstrated its ability to adapt and bounce back. 264. A history of capitalism. A new end of the century depression? As was the case at the end of the 19th century, the period of crises and economic instability which began in 1973 can be understood only by considering together the interaction of the four great contradictions of modern capitalism: 1. Between corporations, 2. Between capital and labor, 3. Between national capitalisms, and 4. Between dominant capitalisms and dominated countries, including industrializing nations. 6. Within this perspective, the long crisis of 1973-90 presents remarkable similarities to the Great Depression of 1873-95. 7. As had occurred during the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century, a redistribution of power and control on a planetary scale has begun. A century ago the predominant economy, Great Britain, though in attitude quite self-sure, had nonetheless to confront the rising economic power of Germany and the United States. During the decade from 1970 to 1980, the US appeared in control of the game relative to Japan, which remained closely linked to the US, and relative to Europe, tied up in an interminable attempt at unification. As for the major nations of the Third World, Brazil bogged down in crises, India and China weighed down by their population growth. None appears able to assume a position of power. However, didn't the United States require a half-century, between 1895 and 1945, to achieve its status as hegemonic power of the Western world? Who can say what will happen between now and the year 2040? As had occurred during the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century, many formerly powerful economies began to run out of steam. This process took place to a certain degree throughout Western Europe, and in countries such as Argentina, which had begun, between the two world wars, a rapid rise in economic power. But this process also took place in all the nations of the Soviet bloc, pushed as they were to economic suffocation by the weight of the statist system. At the same time, new capitalisms rose up, in Asia's four dragons, in several Southeast Asian countries, in the petroleum kingdoms of the Middle East, and in several other islands of success scattered throughout the former Third World. And within the two continent nations, India and China, powerful economic dynamics are at work, without having yet borne full fruit. As had occurred during the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century, economic advances were affected by the decline of traditional industries, coal, iron and steel, naval construction, manufacture of domestic durable goods and appliances. Economic advances in the leading nations were slowed too by industrialization in other nations, and by the end of the 20th century 265. Table 7.1 Comparison between the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century and the long crisis of 1973-90. Great Depression of 1873 to 95. Long crisis of 1973 to 90. Questioning of the predominant power and its currency. Great Britain, sterling USA, the dollar. Fading of many formerly powerful economies. France, Belgium, Holland. Countries of Western and Eastern Europe. Rise of new national capitalisms. USA, Germany, Japan, newly industrialized countries, India, China. Previous industries in decline. Coal, iron and smelting, textiles. Steel making, naval construction, automobile production. Electric appliances. New technologies and new industries. Electricity, gasoline-powered internal combustion engine, telephone, automobiles, airplanes. Energy-saving processes, computerization, telecommunications, space technology, biotechnology. Internationalization and globalization. Imperialism, international credit, capital export, dividing up of the world. Multinational corporations, offshore credits, offshore currencies, global finance, recomposition of the world. The relocation of production from north to south. Many of these traditional industries took root and gathered strength in countries of the former Third World where production costs were lower. At the same time, Fordist wage arrangements, which had been at the heart of post-war prosperity in the leading capitalist countries, underwent a two-sided attack. From one direction, workers facing the most difficult working conditions have, since the end of the 1960s, increasingly rejected the forms of labor compulsion which, in light of advances in their own and in society's overall living standards, appear to them less and less bearable. From this same direction the consumption society and its accompanying waste have been heavily critiqued and rejected by ecology and consumer movements, and by the 1968 generation. From another direction, the powerful rebirth of liberal ideology undermined union power, collective 266 A History of Capitalism. Bargaining, and intervention by the state in general. This ideology advocated instead returning to a simple reliance on market mechanisms. The dismantling of Fordism became visible, in the countries where liberal ideology dominated, in the rise of insecure jobs, paying low and even sub-minimal wages, and, throughout these societies as a whole, in the massive increase in inequality. In continental Europe, efforts to preserve essential features of socialized protection for workers have been accompanied by high levels of unemployment. 8. And the formation of large regions of poverty. In Japan, solutions have been sought first of all within the business company itself, through relentless pressure to be flexible and adaptable. Nonetheless, counter-trends are visible. The United States has been forced to maintain a certain minimum of social protection, while Europe has sought to hold unemployment below critical thresholds, and Japan's worsening difficulties have led the nation to question one of its sacrosanct symbols, employment for life. Throughout the capitalist world as a whole, three tendencies are apparent. A tendency toward increasing fragmentation, in the kinds of work, in the levels and modes of payment, and ultimately in societies worldwide. A tendency toward increasing worker insecurity and precariousness. A tendency toward the lasting formation of populations and regions, which are simply left out and excluded from community and economic life. Simultaneously with these developments, and similar to what took place during the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century, many new technologies and new industries are emerging. New energy sources, including nuclear energy, natural gas, and renewable energy sources, along with energy-saving processes. New techniques for the storage, access to, and processing of information. New techniques allowing mastery of life forms and biological processes, with all possible applications implied, from animal and plant production to production involving the human life form. Finally, new techniques allowing man's exploration of and profiting from outer space. New materials and new frontiers, including the oceans, outer space, the core of matter itself, and life. New activities, affecting all these domains, including activities which, up to the present, had escaped economic logic. The end of the 20th century 267. Though instances of multinational and transnational cooperation have increased, it is clear that each individual nation has embarked on these paths by following its own strengths. The U.S. makes use of its ability to mobilize, for large projects, public financing, technical knowledge from the university community, and business dynamism. Germany and Great Britain call on the power of their industrial corporations and their banking systems. France relies on its statist tradition and the centralized plans carried out by state agencies. Japan uses its ability to create dialogue and cooperation between public and private bodies, and its accelerating pursuit of highly technological development. In 1990, as in 1980, these five nations alone accounted for 75% of worldwide high-technology exports. 9. We note a final similarity between the present crisis and the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century. New advances are taking place which lead in the direction of increased internalization and globalization. Technological progress in telecommunications and computerization have immensely increased the ability to store, process, disseminate, and utilize information. This change has brought about a profound transformation of all human activity, from material production to communication, and has affected all domains of culture, management, and finance. New forms of consumption, and widened possibilities for communication, of which the Internet is the symbol, have thus become available to population groups whose size has swelled in successive waves from tens of thousands to hundreds of millions at a time. At the same time, international financial and monetary relationships which have also been transformed by the telecommunications and computerization advances, have become less and less governable, following the abandonment of regulatory agencies, the rise of liberal ideology, and the multiplication of financial centers and dealers. Corporations, and especially the huge transnational corporations, now have the means to initiate extremely supple and mobile operations encompassing sales, production, and finance on a planetary scale. Whatever similarities exist, then, between the present and the end of the 19th century, we are not now simply witnessing an end of the century Great Depression. We are living through a profound change, which is moving us into a new historical period. Crises of the 1980s, asymmetric interactions in an unequal world. In analyzing the crises of the 1980s, several factors must be kept in view. 268 A History of Capitalism. Commercial, production, monetary, and financial relationships as a whole. The movement and flow of people, information, and representations. The dynamics of cultures and various ways of living. The variety of plans, projects, and strategies. Given the interaction of these factors, no nation, no society, and not even any micro-society, may be considered to exist in isolation, as an entity having only secondary relations with the outside world. The interweavings of mutual dependence keep multiplying and diversifying. Each nation's weight, power, strategies, and overall position within the world system expand or limit its room to maneuver. Out of this context arise the many discussions about dependence, compulsion from foreign sources, dulking, and, most broadly, the ability of any one country or group of countries to master their destiny. The American economy has become more and more integrated into the world economy. The share of imports and exports within its GNP rose from 7-8% to 18-21% during the 1970s. Export percentages then fell back, but have stabilized around 20% for imports. Dollar assets held by foreigners doubled from 1980 to 1985, from $500 billion to $1 trillion. Dollars held by Americans outside the U.S. rose slightly less quickly during this same period, from $600 billion to $950 billion. Investments by American corporations overseas increased markedly, from $100 billion in 1973 to $220 billion in 1980 and $455 billion in 1990. Investments in the U.S. by non-American corporations increased even more steeply during this time period, going from $20 billion in 1973 to $60 billion in 1980 and $435 billion in 1990. 11. The relative weight of foreign trade, the degree of penetration by transnational corporations, and the level of foreign debt have all become increasingly important for each national economy. This situation has bred the powerful and occasionally brutal interdependence visible during the 1980s. 12. Policies of economic stabilization put into effect at the beginning of his term in office by Ronald Reagan, and carried out in several other Western nations, including West Germany and Mrs. Thatcher's Great Britain, produced noticeable effects on the world economy. Overall domestic spending went down. In the US in 1980 and 1982, in the European Community in 1982 and 1983, and in Japan in 1980, 1981, and 1983. 13. The end of the 20th century 269. Effects on developing countries were brutal. While exports from these countries to the capitalist nations as a whole had risen on average by 21.5% per year from 1975 to 1980, exports fell by 7.4% in 1981, by 14.5% in 1982, and by 6.7% in 1983. 14. The reduction in payments for exports weighed heavily on third world nations. The gross domestic product for the countries of South America and the Caribbean, which had risen by 5.4% per year from 1973 to 1980, fell 3 years in a row, in 1981, 1982, and 1983. Similar statistics described the countries of sub-Saharan Africa. Their gross domestic product had risen from 1973 to 1980 by 3.6% per year, but fell for 3 successive years, in 1982, 1983, and 1984. This situation formed one of the sources of the Third World foreign debt crisis in the 1980s. This was not the only realm where the effects of interdependence between national economies were evident. Once he became president, Reagan's economic policy reduced much federal and social spending, while maintaining military and research spending at high levels. The objective was to assure the strategic superiority of the U.S., while at the same time sustaining the leading technological, scientific, and industrial sectors of the economy. U.S. military spending went up from $134 billion in 1980 to $227 billion in 1984. These figures represented, respectively, 22.6% and 26.7% of the federal budget. During this same period, the federal budget deficit deepened from $74 billion in 1980 to more than $200 billion in 1983, 1985, and 1986. 16. Simultaneously, the foreign trade deficit of the U.S. worsened from 1982 to 1987. These two movements together increased borrowing by the American government and within the financial world, and led to sharp increases in nominal interest rates. Real interest rates, which had been negative in the U.S. in 1979 and 1980, became positive in 1981 and remained at high levels between 1982 and 1985. 17. The rate of exchange of the dollar against other currencies as a whole rose to a maximum in 1985. 18. This rise of the dollar, which encouraged imports to the U.S. while making exports more difficult, increased the trade deficit as well as the deficit in the ongoing balance of payments of the U.S. The balance of payments, which had been positive in 1981, showed a deficit of $41 billion in 1983, $102 billion in 1984, and $113 billion in 1985. From this time on, the foreign debt of the U.S. grew markedly, from $130 billion in 1980, it rose to $300 billion at the end of 1983. The overall foreign financial position of the U.S. became negative in 1987, and continued to decline during the 1990s. 21. 270. A history of capitalism. The rise of the dollar produced a strong effect on the economies of nations which paid in dollars for a significant share of their imports. This was especially true for the indebted nations of the former Third World, for whom the weight of foreign debt relative to their own production and income from exports quickly assumed crushing proportions. The outstanding foreign debt of these countries rose from $481 billion in 1980 to $552 billion in 1982, and $71 billion in 1985. These figures represent, respectively, 90%, 116%, and 136% of the value of their exports. 22. The real interest rates these nations had to pay on their foreign debts reached unbearable levels in the 1982 to 1985 period. 20% for Nigeria, 18% for Argentina and Chile, 17% for Mexico, 16.5% for Brazil, and 10% for South Korea. 23. The cost of servicing their debt steeply rose for each of these nations. In 1977 it represented on average 10% of payments received for exports. This figure reached 16% in 1980, and was approximately 20% after 1982. Among the most heavily indebted nations the percentages were far worse, as in Chile, Mexico, Brazil, and several other countries. 111 South America, Burma, Egypt, Algeria, and numerous countries in sub-Saharan Africa. 24. The huge increase in foreign debt produced disastrous effects within the economies of nations in the South. Their growth was suddenly slowed down or blocked entirely. This in turn produced serious risks for the banks which had lent money in the first place, and more generally, for the capitalist economy as a whole. The specter of the Great Crisis of the 1930s revived. A flurry of negotiations took place, giving rise to the rescheduling of many debt payments. Under pressure from experts at the IMF, numerous countries were subjected to policies of structural adjustment. 25. The average real wage went down by 15% in Chile from 1981 to 1985, by 36% in Mexico from 1982 to 1985, by 40% in Peru from 1980 to 1985, by 9% in Brazil from 1982 to 1983. Officially counted unemployment rose by a factor of 4 in Singapore between 1980 and 1983, and in Thailand between 1980 and 1982. Unemployment also rose noticeably in Burma and in Indonesia between 1980 and 1982, and in India from 1980 to 1984. 26. Thus, the high rate of exchange of the dollar created an unacceptable situation, not only for the principal trading partners of the U.S., but also for American producers and exporters. Once the rate of exchange reached levels which were clearly excessive, speculators and careful money managers made good their gains and then sought to reduce their holdings in dollars. The end of the 20th century. 271. There was risk of a collapse. The controllers of the central banks managed in the winter of 1985 to craft a soft landing for the dollar, the only problem being that no one knew exactly at what level of exchange the landing platform floated. Within this situation the Baker Plan, announced in the fall of 1985, allowed the U.S. to slightly soothe the open wounds of the indebted nations of the South, especially those in South America. However, the fall in the dollar went along with the fall in the price in dollars for oil. Since 1973, OPEC had lost its preeminent position, and by 1981 its production was surpassed by that of other countries. Additionally, its own member nations were divided among themselves. Saudi Arabia, trying to gain back market share and to make the most expensive oil production facilities less profitable or even unprofitable, exerted pressure toward lowering prices. The price of oil, which had reached a peak in 1979, at more than $80 a barrel for Arabian Light, decreased during the early 1980s to $38 a barrel in December 1985, to $10 a barrel at the end of July 1986, and then leveled off at around $20 a barrel. During the Gulf War in the summer of 1990 the price briefly went up to $40 a barrel, and then fell back to less than $20 a barrel. 28. Overall the reduction in price was a windfall for the oil-consumed nations. At the same time the drop in prices represented a serious problem for oil-producing countries in Northern Europe and in the Persian Gulf. And for several heavily populated countries whose economies were largely dependent on oil, including Mexico, Nigeria, Algeria, and Egypt, the price drop placed them in very difficult, and sometimes desperate situations. In real prices oil fell back to pre-1973 levels. The overall price of all raw materials fell sharply, so much so that their real prices ended up at their lowest level in a century, comparable to 193.23. Then, that the burden of the current phase of the crisis is carried by those at the bottom of society in both North and South. In the industrialized North the crisis is for the most part borne by the unemployed, the marginalized social groups, certain categories of aging workers, and, increasingly, by the younger generations, who face unemployment and insecure and unregulated work situations. In the South, the effects of the crisis are felt most acutely by the direct producers of the Third World. Farmers, wage laborers, and all those without jobs and without resources, who have often had to relocate themselves in an attempt to survive. In the South, the worst effects of the crisis are borne by the poor within the 272 A History of Capitalism. Poor countries. This has created a striking and explosive situation within an unstable and profoundly unequal world system. The current world situation is thus characterized by a remarkable interdependence, though this is a highly asymmetric interdependence in which the influence of the US and the other countries of the North is preponderant. It is an interdependence which makes itself felt through repeated shock waves and counter-shock waves, where reduction as well as amplification of effects are possible. This is an interdependence whose effects spread out further and further into the world, leaving no person and no place untouched. Workers in the mines and straggling villages at the end of the world, fishermen on distant islands, peasants in the most remote villages, all have become dependent on world events. This is an interdependence which the most powerful actors work into their strategies, in order to come out on top. Those on the bottom, without resources, most often must simply submit to such interdependence and suffer whatever effects it brings. The rise of liberalism, growth, and crises of the 1990s. The reassertion of liberal ideology in the 1980s might have been nothing more than a fashion affecting only Great Britain, the former dominant power, and the US, dominant power of the second half of the 20th century. But in fact the liberal reassertion represented much more than that. It was a top-to-bottom change in the ideological and political climate, comparable to the interventionism which arose first in reaction to the crisis of the 1930s, then on a worldwide scale during the War of 1939–45, and finally during the later 1940s and 1950s as an ideology accompanying reconstruction, growth, and development, in a context where the nations calling themselves communist presented a serious challenge. 30. It was in Great Britain, under Mrs. Thatcher, that the most radically liberal policies were put into effect during the 1980s. These policies included reduced state intervention generally, privatization, deregulation, reduction in social protection, and attacks on unions, and were pursued in diluted form by the following conservative government of John Major. Citizen sentiment about such policies led to the Labour Party's victory under the very pragmatic Tony Blair, but once in power, Blair revealed himself as a promoter of social liberalism. In the United States, Reagan's policies were a mixture of significant the end of the 20th century 273 cuts in social spending, tax reductions, and a major increase in the federal deficit. Under George Bush's presidency, federal spending remained high, while the defense of American interests remained priority number one in negotiations on world trade. The election in 1992 and re-election in 1996 of Bill Clinton, also highly pragmatic, brought no radical change. The federal deficit was reduced through economic growth and budget cuts, while the liberal discourse simply took on a more social tone. Economic nationalism continued to dominate the scene, including particular stress on defense of the national interest, on the need for remaining competitive, and on the establishment of strategic trade policies. In Europe, liberalism gained recognition largely through ideological debate, and managed to penetrate the corridors of power and even to impregnate the discourse of the left. State interventionism remained many-sided, however. Established organizational solidarities were not seriously attacked, and many social benefits, if defended, remained intact. It was thus by way of cuts and alterations that the bent toward liberalism was made. In France, for example, the plural left government put into place by Lionel Jospin in June 1997 succeeded better than had rightist governments in establishing privatization and deregulation. Jospin's economic minister appears very close to the social liberal positions formulated together by Tony Blair and the German Gerhard Schröder, two government leaders under the socialist umbrella who state that most people no longer have a vision of the world in terms of right and left. These leaders apply against social democracy the same accusations which for decades the right leveled against the left. In Asia, the liberal credo had for a long time been part of the obligatory international stance. In certain sectors, competition may be merciless. In all the countries which benefit from strong growth, however, it is state action, along with action by certain corporations or families, which is determining. In China, the state apparatus, in particular the army, acts with family groups and secret networks. When crisis strikes, national and statist reflexes again spring into action. In Russia, and throughout the former Soviet Empire, a wildly unfettered liberal discourse, often propagated by irresponsible Western ideologues, spread in the wake of the collapsed statist system. Where this discourse took form in practical measures undertaken without foresight, and this was the case especially in Russia, enormous chaos developed, in which sanctioned power networks and mafia-like organizations together divided up and shared the juiciest economic booty. And the International Monetary Fund prescribed, as it has for all nations facing economic 274. Table 7.2 Growth of the world economy. World as high income, medium income, low income, a whole economies 1980 93 to 13 to 2.84 to 3 1990 to 97 2.32 1 2.54.2 Sources: World Bank, World Development Report 1998 to 1999, Le Savoir au Service du Développement, p. 233. Difficulties: a doctrinal liberalism as a condition of economic aid. The IMF has not in fact helped reconstruct a solid and viable economy. The ideology extolling the virtues and merits of liberalism functioned at a deep level in all cultural domains throughout the 1990s. Evident in the salesman-like smiles of the political leaders, it was dictated by the leading international financial institutions, and was diffused by university teachings, television, and the so-called information media. And wide segments of public opinion accepted without resistance the idea that liberalism assures growth and prosperity. Yet if one examines the first 8 years of the 1990s, the fact is that world economic growth slowed down and fell back relative to the 1980s. This was true not only for the world as a whole, but for the rich nations of the North as well as those countries trying to modernize and catch up. Within the high-income economies, the rich capitalist nations, the economic growth rates of the United States and Great Britain appear to outdistance the performance of the other rich nations. In part this split is attributable to time lag differences between the American and the European economic cycles. 1990 represented a low spot for the US and a peak period for Europe. 31 The major difference between Anglo-American growth rates and Western European growth rates during the 1990s may be explained as follows. In Great Britain and in the United States, a livable minimum wage has been practically abolished. In real terms, the lowest wages have dropped even lower, while social protection has regressed and inequalities have deepened. In Europe, on the other hand, the bottom has not fallen out of the minimum wage, and social protection, in its essentials, has been maintained. Where inequality has increased in Europe, this has principally occurred through the establishment of significant levels of long-duration unemployment, which has in turn excluded from social life a growing. The end of the 20th century 275. Table 7.3 Growth in the rich nations. USA, Great Britain, France, Japan. 1980 92.93 to 22.44.0 1990 to 97 2.51.91 to 31.4 Source, World Bank, World Development Report IGG-8 IG. Segment of the population. In both cases, job insecurity and flexibility have increased not only for young people and unskilled workers, but for many experienced workers as well. As for Japan, the first signs of difficulty became brutally apparent during the series of explosions which marked the Asian fiscal crises. For the first 8 years of the 1990s, what is in fact most spectacular is the growth of the Asian nations and the economic collapse of the former Soviet Empire. After the USSR came apart and the Soviet Empire was dismantled, from 1989 through 1991, most of the nations in Eastern Europe went through a difficult transition from statism to a more or less controlled market economy. Following the lead of the Russian Federation, most of the countries of the former USSR experienced a real meltdown after becoming independent, for free enterprise and the market could not be put into place without rules and without an effective state able to assure the rule of law. While the old centralized system was no longer working, the main sources of wealth had been captured and the principal positions of power had been taken over by former apparatchik groups relying on nationalist, and occasionally liberal, ideology. These groups were more or less closely tied to the mafia-like networks, linked closely to elements of the party apparatus, which had flourished right within the heart of the Soviet regime. The miracle this time insofar as capitalism has achieved miracles each decade of the second half of the century took place in Asia. Immense. India registered 5.9% annual growth rates during the first 8 years of the 1990s, Cambodia grew at more than 6% annually. South Korea, Indonesia, and Thailand at more than 7%, Malaysia and Vietnam at more than 8%, and China recorded more than 12% growth annually during this time period. The economic magazines were full of such news, while most commentators had eyes only for this new growth, in which they saw the promise of a world in which Asia's full weight would make itself felt. Such a promise is not false, but to found it upon a single period of growth shows a lack of historical understanding, for capitalism has always progressed by alternation of growth and crisis. Additionally, the current crisis has revealed the weaknesses within the economic dynamics of the emerging Asian nations. The model is immoderately oriented toward insertion into the world market, through production for export, as well as through foreign investment and finance. Given that background, the excessive levels of indebtedness and the lack of prudence on the part of the banks easily prepare the speculative whirlwind. All that is needed for crisis to begin is for a few foreign speculators to make good their profits, with foreign investment capital and national financiers following suit. Such crisis will probably be tonic and healthy for the financial and banking systems of these countries. It will probably have severe effects on the productive systems, and it will probably be socially devastating, with effects reaching clear into the middle classes. But such lessons will just as probably be forgotten in a few decades. The Asian crisis, which began with a massive drop in the value of the Thai baht in July 1997, quickly spread to Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. 32 By the end of the year the crisis had brought to light the financial and banking weaknesses of both South Korea and Japan. While in Asia the crisis made itself felt through a sharp drop in production, 33 it expanded and took on new aspects in the summer of 1998 with the crisis in Russia and upheaval in Argentina and Brazil. All these events taken together brought out the limits and fragility of the world financial system, which in fact went through a severe correction in September-October 1998. The weaknesses of its own banking and financial system, and the end of the 20th century. 277. Inflexibility of its production apparatus, revealed the fragile nature of Fortress Japan. If Japan were caught up in the crisis, this would directly threaten the United States, and thus the system as a whole. 34. The Japanese government thus decided on a vast cleanup of their banking system. At the same time, other developments were taking place. The measures prescribed by the International Monetary Fund, especially the high interest rates it imposed, tended to worsen the crisis. From another direction, the crisis was in part contained by China, which, by not devaluing the renminbi, received recognition for contributing positively to world economic stability. China, with its staggering population of 1,200 million people, did not spurn contradiction. Under the firm authority of the party apparatus, the most diverse forms of production coexisted, ranging from small family production to huge state enterprises, from statist and collective production to all forms of capitalism, with many sectors affected by corruption and mafia-like organizations. The decade of the 1990s, which unfolded under the sign of liberalism, was a decade of hot and cold, of growth and crisis, and of routine and chaos. While some worried about the risks of inflation, others worried about the threat of deflation. Some analysts were concerned about the limits to speculation in the stock market, where the proportion between payments per share to prices fell to the lowest level ever recorded. 3. One other analysts saw instead a new stock market logic where profit gains would give rise not only to speculation, but to increases as well in consumption spending by shareholders. While many people were concerned about the physical limits to growth, others sang the praises of a new economy based primarily on information. If there is liberalism at the end of the century, it is a liberalism unfolding within a unitary yet diversified system, a liberalism where inequality has been pushed to unheard of levels. This might be called, in a world already flagrantly unequal, the liberalism of the super-powerful realities and ideologies of globalization. Throughout the 1990s, the word globalization cropped up everywhere. Not only within the media, and as an argument within political discourse, but also within learned debates, where scholars were forced to modify the terms of their analyses. 278. A History of Capitalism. Though some authors, such as Robert Boyer, cast into doubt not only the importance but even the reality of globalization. 36. The fashionable use of the word can be explained in part by the emergence within the closing decades of the century of some new phenomena. The end of the tripartition of the post-Second World War world. Financial globalization and the planetary reach of shock waves sent out by monetary and stock market tremors, damage to the ozone layer, and indications of climatic change due to human activity. The Internet. Plump and round, smooth and slippery, the word globalization is an all-purpose word. It can be substituted for terms such as imperialism, world capitalism, or dependence, as well as for the whole group of phrases which express forward progress toward a unified and happy humanity. Nonetheless, the growing use of the term is not neutral, but takes place within the neoliberal flood, where, once again, extreme positions are being stated. Within this context, the word is used to justify certain choices and to cover up certain sacrifices. In the absence of a generally accepted definition, the use of this word to designate so many different objects contributes to the ambiguity of the discussions in which it figures. The ambiguity may be partially clarified by recognizing that the word globalization is used to describe three different levels of process. An increasing number of phenomena take place on a planetary scale. Interactions and interdependences multiply and mutually reinforce each other throughout the world. New realities, organically formed and dispersed, make their effects felt on a worldwide scale. Three uses of the word globalization thus coexist. 1. Globalization as the attainment of a worldwide dimension by any given reality. In the past, globalization of mankind's presence or of certain techniques of production on the different continents. Today, globalization of instantaneous information or of consumption of certain products. 2. Globalization as multiplication and intensification of interdependences. On a world scale. This includes interdependences which for a long time had remained minimal and weak, because they were played out over long time frames. Globalization as intensification strengthens such interdependences, in part due to changes in transport and communication. The end of the 20th century. 279. 3. Globalization as an organic, encompassing movement. This sense of contemporary globalization is strongly linked to the dynamics of capitalism. Given these distinctions, the globalization now taking place represents the first time that the three levels of process are all occurring together. We are witnessing the simultaneous expansion onto a world level of diverse realities, the intensification of a whole range of world interdependences, and an organic movement dominated by the development of capitalism on a world scale which propels, deepens, and accelerates the whole process. And, for each of these dynamics, resisting and countervailing forces also exist. Current globalization is anchored in the long transformation begun in the 15th and 16th centuries during the formation and emergence of capitalism. The globalization at the end of the 20th century extends and continues certain dynamics: national expansions, internationalizations, multinationalizations, continentalizations which have been spurred on by the dominant national capitalisms. Contrary to the idea of a sphere denoted by the term globalization, the worldwide process now taking place is polarized, unequal, and asymmetric. All human beings will be affected by one aspect or another of globalization. This will occur in their lifestyle and consumption patterns. In the areas of culture and information, through sales and marketing, or through the destruction of natural resources, pollution, and climate changes. Rather than the neighborly charms, the reciprocity and mutual support implied by the image of a global village, the vast majority of the 6 billion inhabitants of the earth must instead simply put up with developments and changes they are unable themselves to influence. The geopolitical entity composed of the rich capitalist countries which Kenichi Ami describes as a triad 37 and which geographer Olivier Dolphus describes as a world/metropolitan archipelago, is by far the most decisive element within the process of globalization. The rich capitalist countries are the center of numerous crucial activities. The concentration of the greatest masses of buying power, consumption, savings, investment, research and development, financial instruments, and military might. The initiation of planetary strategies, not only by the powerful nations, but also by huge transnational corporations and by the world's leading financial players, all of which exert definite influence on the principal international economic and financial institutions. 28.0. The invention and development of new techniques, and, along with them, new procedures, new products, and new forms of consumption and lifestyle. New techno-scientistic threats, just as these countries were the main source, up through the 1980s, of industrial pollution. Each of these areas merits closer attention, and we will examine several of them in the second section of this chapter. For the moment, consider monetary and financial globalization. This aspect of globalization is certainly real. Technological advances in telecommunications and computerization have made possible the instantaneous execution of any monetary payment or financial order, anywhere on the globe. These advances have also allowed the creation of increasingly abstract and sophisticated financial products, futures and options on rates, currencies, and stock market levels. 39. As part of the same movement, the number of exchange operations has multiplied, monetary relationships have proliferated, while financial and stock market activity has ballooned. Speculation has become endless and arbitration acute. New financial markets have arisen and a monetary/financial sphere has developed, where players from around the world carry out financial operations which also affect the entire planet. This swollen monetary/financial sphere is increasingly subject only to its own impulses and logic. 40 And the ever-present possibility of panic-driven movements within this sphere appears less and less controllable by the major national and international monetary and financial institutions. For all this, it is important not to lose sight of the preeminence, within this global financial sphere, of the dominant national capitalisms, first and foremost that of the United States. At the end of 1998, stock market capitalization of the New York stock market was close to $10 trillion, while the 8 major European markets were capitalized at $6.7 trillion, and the major markets of Asia and the Pacific represented $3.6 trillion. 41 At the beginning of 1999, 65% of all payments toward world exports were carried out in dollars, while 20% of these payments were made in a currency of the European Union. Of the world's currency reserves, 56% are held in dollars, and 26% are held in a currency of the European Union. 42 Some qualifications are needed here. Some of these dollars are eurodollars, the result of credits in dollars allocated outside the United States by banks which are not necessarily American. And the euro, created at the beginning of 1999, is not yet the standard currency in Europe, and so has not yet showed its capabilities as the end of the 20th century. 281. A world currency. Furthermore, the Japanese banking system had to go through a very vigorous house cleaning in order to climb out of its difficulties. Nonetheless, the major monetary and financial actors remain those in the US, the European Union, and Japan, while the international lender of last resort remains the American Federal Reserve, which works closely with the International Monetary Fund and the major banks of G7 nations. The paradox is that American monetary and financial imbalances are an integral part of the world financial sphere. American imbalances contribute to the functioning of this sphere, but at the same time they are at the heart of the crisis which numerous signs indicate is looming. Back in 1989 we wrote, "The unstable balance of the world economy in the 1980s is due in large part to the imbalances of the United States, which themselves eventually produce grave dysfunction within the world economy." 43. 10 years later, the American foreign deficit has deepened further, going from $155 billion in 1997 to $233 billion in 1998. 44. The net foreign balance of the U.S., which has been negative since 1987, reached $620 billion in 1995 and $1.55 trillion in 1998. 45. Revenue from investments abroad became negative in 1997, and recorded a deficit of $23 billion in 1998. 46. Paradoxically, the rest of the world contributed to financing American growth during the last 2 decades of the 20th century. Today, the United States needs this financing, which helps explain the importance of what happens on Wall Street. Yet the sharp rise in stock prices creates a growing gap between the price of shares and their dividend income. Increasingly, the sought-after returns from stocks focus on capital gains. However, the race for capital gains for the sake of capital gains alone leads eventually to a severe stock market correction, which itself carries the potential for wider crisis. Will Europe demonstrate sufficient unity, strength, and credibility to form another pole of stability? Elsewhere in the world, the 2 great nation continents, China and India, represent regions large enough to allow them to maintain some autonomy. Russia, too, will fall in this category once she manages to settle down and re-establish herself. Some of the small and medium-sized nations, once they achieve sufficient internal unity and a state able to implement a planned strategy, will be able to navigate through the continuing upheavals, by aiming to 282. A History of Capitalism. satisfy the needs of their populations rather than production for export. After the 1997-98 crisis, the leaders of at least some of the Asian nations began to understand this distinction. At the same time, however, many of the small and medium-sized nations, along with the vast majority of the Earth's inhabitants, find themselves in a position of simply having to endure processes and crises, when they occur, being played out on a planetary scale. Inequality on a world level is profound, though the word globalization tends to mask or even make us forget this fact. Over several decades, and developing along with capitalism in a liberal environment where monetary and market relationships have expanded their domains, inequality has increased within nearly all nations, just as it has increased between nations. The result is a deepening of world inequality between the well-off, rich, and extremely rich, compared to the poor and very poor. On a worldwide level, the poorest 20% of the world's population possessed 2.3% of world resources in 1969, and 1.1% in 1994. The richest 20% possessed 69% of the resources in 1969, and 86% in 1994. A Swiss citizen earns in one day what an Ethiopian earns in a year. Some of the very wealthiest families spend for their family alone in a year sums which would allow hundreds of thousands of poor families to live for the same period. Beyond these incredible differences in wealth, globalizing processes and increasing interdependence have placed whole regions and countries in tenuous and sometimes unbearable situations. Globalization and interdependence have led to increasing manifestations of identity, along national, regional, ethnic, and religious lines, as well as to social regression and increasing disparities. Just as capitalism is both creative and destructive, globalization at the same time as it unifies also brings out and creates differences. To the extent that the word globalization in fact corresponds to a definite entity, it refers to a group of processes which are played out in a radically unequal and asymmetric way. This is all the more true in that globalization is indissociable from other profound changes, such as the powerful extension of the domain open to market and money relationships, the increase in inequality brought about by the creation of new forms of poverty, the increasingly systematic corporate use of technoscience, and the imperilment, both locally and globally, of biodiversity and the fundamental stability of the Earth. Beyond the search to control the economic, monetary, and financial processes, what is at stake most importantly is whether a lasting and stable the end of the 20th century. 283. Balance will be established between the expansion of human activity and the bio/physical/chemical reproduction of the Earth. And can such a lasting balance be found, given the incredibly deep inequalities dividing humanity? 47. This is the crucial problem of our globalized world, a problem left off the agenda by most of those now talking about globalization. Forces guiding the accelerating transformation of the contemporary world. In order to describe the great changes of the years 1980-90, there exist numerous similarities to the Great Depression at the end of the 19th century, including linked processes of growth and crisis, recovery and setback, as well as the unification and diversification implied by the word globalization. An economist might be tempted to go no further than these similarities. Yet there is more involved, not only for the history of capitalism but for human history as a whole, as can be seen in the terms occurring in some recent works: Great Disorder, Shake-up, Turning Upside Down, End of Worlds, and End of History. 48. For our part, we speak of the accelerating transformation of the contemporary world, in which there is evident both a swift passage from one state to another and a movement of the whole which is in many respects irreversible. Contemporary capitalism ties together economies and societies in an increasingly dense network. This is evident in the weaving together of international ties into multinational spaces, in the proliferation of commercial, technological, and informational relations, and in monetary and financial globalization. The collapse of the Soviet system and the statist plurinational domain organized around it, the dazzling advance of money and market relationships into the quasi-totality of the world's societies, dynamics relying on wealth and enterprise extending into all countries, including India and China, the flows and waves of world capitalism are starting to submerge all dikes and dams, not only those constructed in the last few decades, but also those dating from ancient times. Whether it is a question of the decline of industrial capitalism, of the weakening of Western predominance, of the growing submission of all societies to the economy, of the dangers to the earth from human activity, or the chain reaction of accelerating radical changes, many different facts lead to the conclusion that we have begun to tip into a new stage of world history. 284 A History of Capitalism. The new structuring of the world. It was only yesterday, hardly a quarter of a century ago. 3 worlds appeared to exist. 49. The first world, capitalist, industrialized, and rich, with the United States still predominant but increasingly obliged to take into account the rising power of Japan and the major nations of Europe. The second world, communist, bent upon industrialization and productive growth, dominated by a Soviet Union which was itself deeply scarred by the logic of statism and the policies carried out by Stalin. Finally, the third world, a heterogeneous collection formed out of the final phase of decolonization affecting countries which, through domination and colonization, had experienced various forms of exploitation, destructuring, backwardness, and impoverishment. At the junction point between the first and third worlds lay several countries hosting military bases, along with other newly industrializing and modernizing nations. These countries all found a place within the hierarchical national/world capitalist system. At the intersection between the second and third worlds there were 2 huge nation continents, China and India. After its rupture with the USSR, China was tempted to become the leading power of a new communist grouping, while at the same time it sought to be seen as the first and most influential of the poor nations. During this period, India, while remaining clearly a part of the Third World, also maintained firm ties to the USSR. This period witnessed levels of wealth which became more and more unequal. A succession of economic miracles was seen, and while the sparsely populated oil-producing nations became wealthy, elsewhere rates of growth and modernization varied widely from country to country. The Third World was the first to come apart, and from the 1980s onward it became necessary to speak of the former Third World. Then, in the transition from the 1980s to the 1990s, the Soviet bloc and the USSR itself came apart, on the ruins left behind by the double failure of totalitarianism and the statist management of the economy. In an article published in the National Interest in the summer of 1989, Francis Fukuyama proclaimed the end of history, a claim which the author further developed in a book in 1992 and which provoked lively reaction and discussion. In 1999 he reconfirmed his basic beliefs: nothing causes me to doubt my conclusion, liberal democracy and the market economy are the sole viable possibilities for modern society. 50. The end of the 20th century. 285. In this article is evident the deeper meaning of globalization as ideology. The world being united through the market, a market bearing no trace of inequality or asymmetric power relations. Within the words themselves, liberal democracy and market economy, everything appears to be stated. And yet, has the ideal of liberal democracy been in fact accomplished? In today's world, do not the Western democracies suffer from what we have called a lack of framework and orienting principles? 51. Besides, can what is triumphing today truly be called a market economy? and has the link between capitalism and liberal democracy been in fact clearly established? Does not history demonstrate that capitalism adapts itself to ally-centered democracy as well as to social democracy, and that it can prosper perfectly well under dictatorship or totalitarian regimes? Finally, we must not forget the deeply rooted forces concealed within national pride, religious conviction, and the thirst for wealth and domination. Because capitalism represents a transforming potential which develops by setting into motion nearly all aspects and facets of society, its development necessarily brings into play new terrain, new conflict, and new power relations. The end of history along with the global village, happy globalization, and the reign of the market economy are all false ideas, aiming to silence critical discussion. In fact, at the conclusion of the 1990s, if anything is triumphing, it is capitalism, and, more precisely, the rich capitalist group composed of the leading states and huge corporations of the triad whose influence far outweighs any other presence on the planet. This group continues to control not only the major share of market production, but also the essential means of finance, scientific and technological research, and innovative power. Within the triad, the United States is the major actor. The US is predominant in practically all domains, answers to no one, and attempts to impose its laws on everyone else. The US is the only country able to maintain a lasting trade deficit, thanks to foreign financing. Some of this financing arrives in the form of returns on its own investments, but significant quantities come as investment flowing in from all corners of the globe, from countries possessing strong economies, and from oligarchies among the poor and modernizing nations, as well as from money linked to racketeering and mafia-like activity too. The United States has increased its domestic market through the North American Free Trade Agreement, which bring in Canada and Mexico, and has multiplied its connections in nearly all direction as well, toward the other sectors of the Americas, toward Europe, and toward Asia and the Pacific. US makes on the relative weight of R&D spending, see Table 7.8. Source: World Bank, World Development Report 1998-99. Use of international organizations in order to impose its own views, and, in case of failure, the US falls back on various forms of pressure and blackmail. Foreign trade, along with capital and credit transfers, link together the three poles of the triad, and the other parts of the world back to the triad. These connections operate in the present period more tightly than ever. The states within the triad appear to have less and less ambition and fewer plans. Instead, it is the world capitalist oligarchy which now provides goals and gives direction. With its banks and financial organizations, it is at the heart of monetary and financial globalization. The oligarchy's huge corporations overwhelmingly determine not only productive and trading activity, but research, investment, and consumption patterns as well. Gross sales by the 200 largest corporations represented 17% of world production in I-960, 24% in 1984, and 31% in 1995. F. 3. In 1995, the 500 largest corporations in the world, 54 employed more than 35 million workers. 55 with more than $32 trillion in assets. Their gross sales represented nearly $11.4 trillion, nearly half of world production. 16 These corporations made $320 billion in profits. 5. This sum represents more than the gross product of the 43 poorest countries, where altogether more than a billion people live. 58 According to available estimates, multinational corporations were responsible in 1980 for half of world trade, though 30% of their trade was intra-firm trade, taking place between multinationals and thus not to be considered true trade between distinct partners. During the 1990s these corporations carried out two-thirds of world trade, with 40% being intra-firm trade. The end of the 20th century 287. Another perspective on these developing tendencies appears in the following years. In 1992, 37,000 multinational corporations controlled 170,000 foreign subsidiaries representing $2 trillion in foreign productive assets. Overall foreign sales 60, that is to say, outside of the home country of the primary corporation, represented $5.5 trillion, an amount significantly more than international trade, which in that year represented approximately $4 trillion. 61. Yet nearly all of these huge corporations which dominate the world's production, exchange, and technological research are based within the three principal capitalist centers of the triad. 62. We are living through a period witnessing not at all a market economy bringing together actors of roughly equal weight, not at all a globalization such as that conjured up by the image of a global village. Instead, more than at any past time, we are in the presence of an entity which is simultaneously national, multinational, and global, very heavily unequal and hierarchical, and dominated by the power of the triad's capitalist oligarchy. It is within the midst of this concentration of wealth that consumption patterns of the coming decade are determined, as well as the direction of research and the uses of knowledge. 63. The structuring and circulation of international exchange, and the ability to face global environmental problems. Confronting the triad's power, and after the collapse of the Soviet Empire and the crumbling of the USSR, the two great nation continents of Asia, India, and China, are beginning to emerge. China and India are the only two countries containing more than a billion people. Each grows out of a past rich in history and accomplishments. Each has been dominated and humiliated, and each is trying to get rid of the bitter taste left by past domination. Both nations are able to join the market to administration, centralization to decentralization, manufacturing skill to scientific knowledge, and state to society. Under statist leadership, both nations have developed significant productive capacity and have allowed the development of important capitalist enterprises. It is true that, measuring production per inhabitant, these countries are still far away from the rich countries. However, both India and China have mastered nuclear and space technology, and their students and researchers are present within all important future technological domains. This is especially true of India in the area of computer science. Note, too, that the richest tenth of the population of either India or China is economically more significant than a major European nation. Additionally, measured by purchasing power parity and not by exchange rates, the gross production levels of both countries take on greater importance, especially in the case of China. For 20 years both India and China have been experiencing economic growth of such proportions that they are beginning to make themselves felt as influential actors within the world economy. This influence was noticeable during the Asian crises of 1997-98. Finally, both nations have available a huge potential domestic market, able to attract long-term foreign suppliers as well as to provide space for several decades of domestic production for consumption. For all these reasons, failing the always possible collapse or blockage, India and China will certainly be among the world's leading economic powers in the second third of the 21st century. Russia, too, once she gets solidly on her feet, must be weighed in the economic balance. Several other nations of the ex-Third World, such as Brazil, Pakistan, and Indonesia, though not on the same demographic scale as India and China, are all led by strong states and will have their say. At the same time, there is a large share of humanity which already lives in a state of destitution and whose living conditions are often declining even below that level. Nearly always, the young people of these societies face no future, and are placed before a Hobson's choice: either they wrangle a way to go live in one of the rich countries, which gives rise to a new wave of population migration, against which more and more nations are closing their borders, or else they turn against the rich strata and ethnic groups of their own region or nation. As part of this movement, they often focus their energy against the West, as the principal incarnation of wealth, and symbol of past and present domination. Reaction against the West is evident in many areas, from opposition to Western choices to the more fundamental questioning of the West as such by populist regimes and by Islamic fundamentalism. Robert Bonaudet, a knowledgeable observer of world history, has emphasized the deep asymmetry which marks the previous 5 centuries. From the end of the 15th century to the beginning of the 20th. It was the West which made history. Men elsewhere, more often than not, followed or submitted to the West. 64 And again, on Western dynamism. The period which begins near the end of the 15th century and which ends at the beginning of the 20th century represents a wonderful and terrifying 290. Concentration of progress, a regional hypertrophy and a worldwide atrophy, a localized flaring blaze within a wider darkness, a narrowing of the stage of human history which was at the same time an elevation of the stage to the progress of Western reason. There corresponded a retreat of non-Western moral ity, to the progress of Western freedom there corresponded a backward move meant of non-Western equality. 65. The great change we are currently passing through certainly marks the end of the period Bonaudet describes. Will we move straightforwardly to a re-equilibration of the world, in which the great civilizations and continents which were dominated and scorned for so long once again find their place? Or are we witnessing, with the emergence of Asian capitalisms, the beginning of the relative decline of Western capitalisms? And of what Freno is para called worldwide Europe? The game is still in play, the coming decades will be decisive. The age when the world was dominated by Europe belongs to the past. Already the leadership of the West encounters increasing resistance to carrying out its will, except from the smallest, weakest countries. A new page has been turned, comprising many developments at once. The demographic and economic dynamics of Asia. The demographic growth of Africa and South America. The rise in nationalisms, regionalisms, and fundamentalisms. The collapse of numerous nation-states and the increase in the number of areas torn by unending and overflowing conflict, leaving in their wake considerable population migrations. Given these developments, must not Europe and the West be prepared to harvest the storm whose seeds they sowed while conquering the world for the sake of progress, civilization, and Christian faith? A storm of which we have so far felt only the first squalls. This is without a doubt one of the forces guiding the contemporary world's accelerating transformation. Monetarization and commodification. Societies under the yoke of the economy. Monetarization, commodification, and the extension of capitalism into all aspects of society, these are phrases forbidding in their abstraction, which it would be helpful to bring down to earth. A child and his father are out walking in the countryside. Suddenly the child stops and asks worriedly, "Who do we have to pay, Daddy?" Amuse. The end of the 20th century. 291. Meant parks, cross-country ski trails where one pays to ski, beaches where one pays to swim, fewer and fewer outdoor activities escape money relations. Water from the well was free, water from the house faucet has to be paid for. While the sale of bottled mineral and spring water advances in all the opulent outposts of the world, control over a water spigot in the shanty towns of the poor countries provides an opportunity for racketeering. In all countries, the production of potable water is becoming a significant economic activity in its own right. Where sufficient water is lacking, water becomes an import product. Water itself will be a major domain of economic activity at the beginning of the 21st century. Will we see a day when water is more expensive than oil? A similar process has begun regarding air. Certain intersections in Mexico City feature coin-operated mechanical oxygen distributors guaranteeing a few breaths of pure air. More and more buildings rely upon air conditioning, while artificial cities are proposed as future projects. The idea of air as a commodity is insidiously becoming accepted. Consider health. At first glance, it appears we have always had to pay doctors and pharmacists. At a deeper level, however, everything has been transformed. Health systems are more and more costly, and there are enormous sums at stake in research, production, and marketing by pharmaceutical companies. Medical lobbies within the legislative process attest that medicine is big business, as does the recent scandal in France regarding contaminated transfusion blood. The principal explanations about this affair had to do with the national interest, the necessity of using up existing supplies, and competition between laboratories. These explanations relied then upon status dynamics or the economic force of market dynamics. Another sign of medicine's conversion to a business is the proliferation of medical processes, such as those involving human reproduction and organ and tissue donation, in which money is a prime factor. In medicine, as in education, job training, journalism, culture, and art, money has come to dominate the other aspects of these processes. The same process is occurring in the area of data storage and electronic information processing, where we might have imagined free, public service access. Instead, market logic has dominated the development of this sector, involving monopolies, market control, and the creation of scarcity. Market dynamics and the search for profit lie behind the huge changes taking place within telecommunications and the electronic media. 29.2. New needs are being created, which can be satisfied only through spending money, and which thus rely upon consumer buying power. The business of furnishing equipment, as well as that of consumption, will take place within the framework established by the huge capitalist corporations which dominate these domains. The reign of the commodity does not, then, present itself through an immense accumulation of material commodities alone, as was thought in the 19th century, and still into the 20th, during the halcyon days of the consumption society. The commodities' reign is evident, rather, in the submission to market forces of all aspects of mankind's life, and all aspects of society's functioning. Even further, increasingly, all facets of the earth itself, reduced to the meager status of mankind's environment, also fall under the sway of market forces. In a word, the commodification of man, society, and the earth. In a related movement, in many of the poor regions of the world, subsistence production, family production for the family, village production for the village has been forced to retreat, as public agencies or market middlemen have exerted pressure to expand production for cities or for export. Pressure in this direction has been generated also by competition from other products, often themselves subsidized, which are increasingly available as a result of improvements in transportation. For anyone who keeps his eyes open, and who reads and travels, the overall process taking place can only appear enormously powerful. We are witnessing the generalization of the commodity, and most particularly, of the capitalist commodity, to the detriment of traditional domestic economies and economies not based on money. Social life as a whole has become monetarized, and is increasingly invaded and bewitched by money. The counterpoint of this development is the growth of informal economic sectors, new forms of poverty, expanded social marginalization, and the attempt by some societies under the thumb of money relations to create survival space by turning back upon themselves. Such an expansion of the sphere of the market and of monetary relations is accompanied by profound social transformations. An increase in the importance of technology, research, and science. An ever-increasing division of labor. The continuous creation of new needs, along with new ways for these needs to be expressed and satisfied. The transformation of values, social structures, motivations, and behaviors. Dispersion of decision-making authority along with a general dilution of responsibility. The end of the 20th century. 293. Productive activities, which had been servants of society until the modern era, have now come to dominate other social activities as a whole. The economic realm has become autonomous relative to human society. The economic realm has become autonomous through two separate movements: first, an expansion of the market system, and second, the development of capitalism. It is important to distinguish these two movements clearly. 66. Either one may very well be connected to a status system. The economic realm has become autonomous, in addition, through the destruction, often violent, of previously existing social forms. These earlier forms had melded together many different levels and dimensions of social life: the religious, the economic and political, family ties, relations of dependence, submission and allegiance, and systems expressing solidarity and redistribution. Such social forms wove together to make a complex, varied fabric. 67. Karl Polanyi's analysis of this process remains highly pertinent. Traditional societies were broken apart by the generalization of the self-regulating market, and its subsequent extension beyond produced commodities to land, labor, and money. Once this occurred, society increasingly was seen as an auxiliary of the market. Instead of containing the economy within social relations themselves were contained by, and made to fit, the economic system. 68. Having become the source and center of the system. 69. The self-regulating system reduced human and social relations to simple money relationships. From this time on, the economy came to dominate society as a whole. Confronting questions and problems which in other times would have been seen as political or ethical questions, economic arguments came to be seen as primary. Henceforth, one's existence as man, woman, or child is mediated by the money at one's disposal. Even in the most hidden valleys and faraway islands, families everywhere are subjected to the ups and downs of the world's markets. Within the study of economics, ever more powerful trends develop which claim to provide an answer for every question, based on economic calculations of maximization and optimization alone. 7,1 The tightening grasp of the economy on our societies is accompanied by the growing grip of economic reasoning on our minds, our ways of thinking, our judgments, and our decisions. And finally, not only an improvement of living conditions, but even happiness and existence itself now seem to depend on economic growth alone. Growth has in fact become the supreme goal of the quasi-totality of contemporary societies. The societies of the developed capitalist world as a whole advance to the rhythm of growth. They see solutions to their problems only through 294 growth, and need growth to maintain whatever stability they possess, for nothing beside growth appears able to carry out this function. At the first signs of crisis, and at each stage of crisis, growth has appeared as the only possible way out. To take only one example, as a candidate for his first term, Bill Clinton proposed to overcome unemployment, poverty, and problems in the education and healthcare systems by doubling the GNP in a generation. He did so without asking why decade upon decade of growth had not been sufficient to wipe out these problems in the richest and most powerful nation in the world. As his second term in office draws to a close, a drop in unemployment has in fact accompanied economic growth, but inequality has deepened within American society. New forms of poverty have appeared, affecting low-wage earners, while among the poor populations, access to education and health has deteriorated. In a similar vein, it was for the most part on the terrain of growth that the USSR and the nations of the Soviet bloc attempted to beat the capitalist West. 71 The results of that effort are well known. The transition from statism to a market economy was carried out with varying degrees of trauma and drops in production. Several countries, following Russia's lead, experienced widespread impoverishment and new inequality. To these populations, who had been suspicious for so long about claims for great collective change, the leaders promised more buying power and more consumer goods, in a word, growth. Within the Third World, 72 A great diversity of trajectories is visible. At one pole lie the Asian nations, which, from South Korea to Southeast Asia and part of China, have set off on a forced march to industrialization and modernization. The goal is straightforwardly to catch up to the rich countries. Growth functions within this process both as engine and as goal. Growth is the motivation for a whole generation who believe growth offers them the possibility of escaping poverty, and, for the oligarchy and a small number of entrepreneurs who manage to succeed, of becoming fabulously wealthy. At the other pole lie the countries of South Asia and Africa where wealth, both from traditional and more recent sources, exists with the most extreme impoverishment. Many of the people in these areas battle simply to survive on a daily basis. In between these two poles are those countries, for the most part in South America and the Arab Islamic world, which went through the initial phases of industrialization and modernization, and which were seriously hurt by the crisis of the 1980s. Some of these nations appear to be mired in no exit, explosive situations, while others have once again falteringly started off on the path toward growth. The end of the 20th century 295. Throughout these diverse predicaments, nearly all countries appear to be relying on economic growth alone, a growth which, through the proliferation of money-based relationships and the sheer number of commodities raining down upon them, corrodes and shakes any society still finding cohesion from other sources. This is the same growth, too, which is harming the environment to such an extent that the reproduction of the biosphere itself is endangered. The truth is that growth by itself cannot resolve any of the social problems for which it is claimed to be a solution. Were growth/th a solution, then in the first place, the major share of growth-generated wealth would need to be controlled by strata other than the rich and powerful. In the second place, that share of growth-generated wealth received by poor populations would need to prevail over growth's destructive effects, insofar as any growth is also destruction. Third, a considerable share of the benefits of growth would need to be directed toward the solution of pressing problems, and this would require that the powerful and the leaders agree to direct resources in problem-solving directions. Even if all three of these conditions were met, another problem which no one wants to admit would have to be resolved: the powerful dynamics of capitalism, continuously bringing both growth and crisis, strongly contribute to the creation of new needs and to discovering the existence of these new needs among the classes and strata possessing sufficient purchasing power for their satisfaction. As part of this process, such new needs then filter down to the less rich strata, and eventually to the very poorest segments of the population. 7. The growth of needs is a problem which must be mastered, yet how can such a task be accomplished in a world as unequal as ours? A fundamental problem is confronting mankind, the future of humanity, the world. We are more than ever caught up in an increasingly inexorable process which subjects us all to an expansion of market and money relationships, with all the risks such expansion carries. This is another indication of the accelerating transformation of our present historical situation. Growth which imperils the earth. Since the first United Nations Conference on the Environment, held in Stockholm in 1972, more than a quarter of a century has gone by. Damage to the environment has worsened, while awareness of the dangers has increased. Legislation on national levels has progressed, as have international agreements, more than 150 world or regional accords have been reached. 29b. A history of capitalism, including 3 concerned with protecting the ozone layer, signed at Vienna, Montreal, and London. The Basel Convention of 1989 dealt with the production and circulation of dangerous waste material, while the UN Conference on Development and the Environment at Rio de Janeiro in 1992 produced agreements on the Earth's climate, biodiversity, and rainforests, as well as Agenda XXL74 following the 1995 Berlin meeting on the greenhouse effect. A 1997 conference in Kyoto outlined a plan for the industrialized nations to reduce their emission of those gases which increase the greenhouse effect. During the same period, the 1975 Hammarskjöld Report, What is to be Done, the 1980 Brandt Report, North-South, A Plan for Survival, and the 1987 Brundtland Report. 73. All took up the problem of interrelationships between development, inequality on a world scale, and preserving the environment. Though they did not develop a true world strategy, development and planning experts worldwide agreed on the idea of sustainable development, an ambiguous formula acceptable to the North as well as the South, to nature-loving ecologists as well as to those advocating scientific/technical solutions. For this was a phrase which summed up a desirable goal but which at the same time avoided questioning growth too bluntly. Population growth, production growth, growth of needs, growth of resource depletion, growth of waste material, every day we see more clearly the damage to our planet caused by growth. The rivers, soil, air, and oceans are polluted by chemical discharges, the forests are being destroyed while deserts gain ground, the ozone layer is threatened, and global climate change is possible. For the first time in human history, human activity is the process of damaging, and threatens to destroy, the fragile physical-chemical balance which has made life on Earth possible. This is the heart of the problem. Demographic growth appears unstoppable for several decades for the human population as a whole. And all societies, from the richest to the poorest, appear compelled to grow economically. The need to grow is constantly renewed and expanded by the growth of needs. Growth itself, in all its various aspects, threatens the environment, the quality of life, and ultimately, the planet. Though some would have us believe a happy and decent life is possible for 12, 15, or 20 billion humans on Earth, we would suggest instead that people alive today, at the turn of the century, are caught up in an unprecedented, accelerating process of growth that is leading us, given current modes of production and ways of living, to the limit of what the planet can sustain on a continuing basis. 77. The end of the 20th century. 297. Consider population growth. There were from 5 to 8 million humans in 20,000 BC, around 250 million at the beginning of the Christian era, around 600 million in 1600, 1 billion in 1800, 2 billion in 1927, 6 billion in 1999, with projections for between 8 and 13 billion in 2050. 78. These figures represent steeply accelerating growth. For a very long time it took thousands of years for the world population to double, and required the birth and death of more than 100 generations. Within the 20th century alone, however, the world population doubled between 1950 and 1987, and tripled between 1927 and 1999. These are increases which took place within a single human lifespan. Consider growth in production. Though the problems encountered when trying to evaluate in money terms the production of non-money-based societies are well known, the following figures allow comparison of orders of magnitude. Different studies 79 estimate that average production per inhabitant grew only slightly for thousands and thousands of years. Production per inhabitant was multiplied by about 10 between 2000 BC and 1500 AD, by 1.3 between 1500 and 1820, and by a little more than 6 between 1820 and 2000. The economic growth of the last 2 centuries is thus an exceptional phenomenon within human history. Such growth may be the beginning of a lasting progression, or it may be an unusual transition which will lead to a new semi-stationary period. Such growth may also represent a blaze of glory preceding a descent into chaos. It is important to note also that, while the slow growth from 2000 BC to 1500 AD did not create major differences between the Earth's various population groups, the growth begun by capitalist industrialization in Europe took place on a highly unequal basis throughout the world. Some populations became impoverished, while others experienced only moderate growth, often accompanied by a deterioration in living conditions. The population groups at the center of industrialization multiplied their per capita production by a factor ranging from 20 to 35. Growth rates such as these had never before been seen in human history, and brought profound changes for all those involved in the process of industrialization. The deep inequality between different regions of the world today has its historical source in the differential growth inherent to capitalist industrialization. Growth took place on all fronts, population growth accelerated, while per capita production increased as well. Gross world production was multiplied by a factor of approximately 40 between 2000 BC and 1500 AD, by 3.25 between 1500 and 1820, and by close to 37 between 1820 and 2000. The growth of this most recent period, 298, which appears normal to us, is in fact highly unusual within human history, and even more so within the history of the planet. Never have men extracted, transformed, modified, discharged, and polluted so much. For a very long period of time, human societies more often than not worked to establish a balance with the surroundings in which they developed. But in some cases man's activity led to imbalance and local or regional destruction, degradation of soil conditions, deforestation, increase of desert lands, and pollution of rivers and waterways lying near population centers. The extent of such imbalance and destruction was closely tied to the number of people involved, as well as the technical abilities and activities of the societies concerned. Destruction was thus limited in scope, and usually led to population migrations. In today's world, population migrations are less and less possible. The acceleration and globalization of growth processes, along with the increase in the effects of technology, have led to a situation where the effects of imbalance and destruction caused by man's activity are no longer limited to local, regional, river system, continental, or oceanic levels, but reach planetary dimensions. The effects of resource extraction and industrial waste discharge are evident now on a planetary scale. Consider world energy production. The world's annual commercial production of energy from primary sources rose from the equivalent of 10.6 million tons of coal in 1800 to 501 million tons in 1890, to 1.335 billion tons in 1913, to 2.496 billion tons in 1950, and reached 10.875 billion tons in 1990. Accelerated growth is evident here, as is the case 2 with discharge into the atmosphere of products of combustion. Annual emissions of CO2 rose from less than 100 million tons in I-860, to 1 billion tons at the end of World War I through the middle of the 1930s, to around 1.7 billion tons in 1950, 2.5 billion tons in 1965, 5.3 billion tons in 1983, and 5.7 billion tons in 1987. 81 This figure may reach 10 billion tons annually in the year 2010. 82. Whether it is a question of non-renewable resources, forests, soil, water, air, or the oceans, massive resource extraction and waste product discharge are reaching the limits of what is sustainable for countless microsystems as well as for the planet as a whole. This is another sign of the world's shift into a new historical period. It is true that the North, which without a doubt has been and remains the prime instigator of resource extraction, pollution, and environmental damage, has managed to reduce the worst negative environmental effects of industrial capitalism. At the same time, some of the polluting processes have simply been transported to the South. And while techno-scientific, the end of the 20th century. 299. Table 7.7 World Population and Energy Consumption, 1994. Share of world population. Share of worldwide commercial energy consumption. High-income nations * 14.054 to 0. Middle-income nations 128.6 30.8. China and India 37 to 512.3. Other low-income nations * 19.92.9. 24 nations, mainly Western Europe, North America, Japan, and a few other rich countries. One more than 50 countries, mainly in Latin America, Asia, and the former Soviet bloc. * 49 poor countries, mainly in Africa and Asia. Source: World Bank, World Development Report 1996. Capitalism has reduced industrial pollution. The effects of some of the new technologies, especially those affecting life forms, give rise to new concerns. It is clear that, compared to the rich North, the South consumes only slight amounts of energy. If the lifestyle of the West were to extend around the planet, with current levels of technology and with each human being consuming as much energy as an inhabitant of the North, then world annual energy consumption would be multiplied by a factor of 4. This would, of course, bring about a proportional increase in local and regional pollution, as well as gases increasing the greenhouse effect. Already, given its current energy consumption, China is the source of acid rains affecting its neighbors, especially Japan. India, likewise, in 1999 produced over the Indian Ocean a huge pollution cloud which threatens to disturb the climate throughout southern Asia. For the present and for the next several decades, it is the South, with its huge populations and demographic growth rates, its industrialization and urbanization, its production and consumption increases, and its movement toward an agriculture relying on massive amounts of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which will be the source of industrial era pollution. We are confronting problems which affect the entire planet. The ramifications of these problems are difficult to forecast, often because the problems contain multiple levels of interaction. Given this situation, the principle of prudence should weigh more heavily than the commercial interests of a few corporations, a few countries, or the interests of a few. 300 A history of capitalism. Million, or even a few hundred million, consumers. Unless some sort of sustainable development is established, we will face a lasting crisis between man and the environment. Signs of this crisis are present in shortages of potable water, in the shrinkage of cultivable land, in deforestation, in the advance of deserts, and in the various sorts of pollution, especially chemical and radioactive, which threaten health through air, water, and food chain pathways. The crisis between man and the planet will worsen the difficulties already facing many of the poor and emerging countries, and will increase tensions between countries and between regions. The rich countries of the North should bring their own needs under control. They should curb their wastefulness, and should above all bring their own lifestyles, production, and growth into sustainable balance with the earth and its resources. At the same time, they should aid access to sustainable, modern technology for countries undergoing modernization and industrialization. If this is not done, the North will become guilty of a new category of crime, crime against the earth, against those who are destitute, and against future generations. At Rio, in 1992, or in the following years, a different direction should have been taken. Having at their disposal the world's financial, industrial, technological, and scientific resources, the high-income countries should have expended the effort needed to research and promote the least damaging forms of energy and resource utilization. They should have developed a decades-long worldwide strategy for developing equipment made from energy-efficient, clean materials. The rich countries should have paid for the major portion of the cost of such development, either as compensation for damage they had already caused to the planet, or simply because of their greater financial reserves. Instead of this scenario, a very different one continues to be played out. Government leaders, as well as the directors of the huge corporations and the leading world organizations, have demonstrated neither the necessary vision nor courage. What is needed today is to embark upon the alternative described above, as quickly and as thoroughly as possible, before more damage is done. We have the means to accomplish this goal. Twice within the 20th century our nations managed, in only a few months, to mobilize 40% of productive capacity, toward war. Why would we not be able to mobilize half of our productive capacity now, for the future of the earth, for life, for mankind? Yet, to accomplish such a task would require stepping beyond the selfishness, the irresponsibility, and the acracy which currently dominate the world. The end of the 20th century 301. Beyond industrial capitalism, the emergence of techno-scientistic capitalism. The transition from agrarian society to modern industrial society occurred over a very long period. The effects of this transition profoundly affected the post-Second World War policies of countries in the communist bloc, as well as in the Third World. At the same time, however, a new movement was gathering steam within the leading edge of industrial society. During the 1930s and 1940s, Cohn-Clark drew attention to the growing importance of the tertiary, service sector of the economy. 83 among the 16 nations of the organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, the share of tertiary employment within employment as a whole rose from 24.3% in 1870 to 38.7% in 1950, 53.4% in 1973, and 63.5% in 1987. 84. In the U.S., where this transition took place more rapidly than anywhere else, tertiary sector employment, which represented 17% of total employment in 1850, rose to 77% by 1992, and accounted for 70% of gross domestic product in 1991. 85. In France, more than two-thirds of the workers employed in 1991 worked in the tertiary sector, and this sector accounted for 71% of France's gross domestic product in 1997. 86. In France as well as in the US, the growth of the tertiary sector was the major component of the overall economic growth in the 1990s. 87. However, the economies of the advanced countries are not adequately described by invoking the growth of the tertiary sector alone. If one examines the list of countries where the service sector accounts for more than 60% of gross domestic product, one finds not only the US, most of the nations of Europe, Japan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. One finds also nations such as Argentina, Bolivia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Croatia, Jordan, Mexico, Senegal, and Uruguay. 88. It is necessary to distinguish traditional service work from the new tertiary economic activity. 8. And also to take into account new tertiary employment within industry and agriculture. But this approach may not sufficiently emphasize the heart of the transformation now taking place, the growing importance of technoscience within all the dynamic sectors of capitalist production. Reflecting in reverse the rise of the tertiary sector, entire branches of industry active in Western Europe and North America during the 19th and the first half of the 20th centuries have declined, disappeared, moved elsewhere, or have been radically changed. Between 1950 and 1987, the proportion of industrial employment within total 302. A history of capitalism. Employment fell in Belgium from 46.8% to 27.7%, in Holland from 40.2% to 26.3%, and in Great Britain from 46.5% to 29.8%. This transformation, which was felt throughout the West following 1973, expresses the beginning of the eclipse of industrial capitalism, and with it, of the working class, of workers' trade unionism, and certain forms of social conflict and social relations. At the same time, the idea of socialism, which had developed in the struggle against industrial capitalist exploitation, has also begun to fade, though its founding ideals of solidarity, equality, social justice, and fraternity survive. This conception of socialism held the working class as the prime force moving toward human emancipation, and the proletariat as the messiah of modern times. The priority accorded to industry, which for so long had been at the center of the communist project, has crumbled along with communism. Yet industry continues to progress widely throughout the ex-Third World, spearheaded by multinational corporations, entrepreneurial effort, or by national states. Though the rate of industrial development present in the 1970s has slowed in many countries of South America, Africa, and the Middle East, in Asia it has continued at a brisk pace. In the unabashedly capitalist countries of Southeast Asia and in the Four Dragons, industry has progressed with open state support, while in China it has developed under the cover of market socialism. From 1980 to 1997, the contribution of industry to gross domestic product rose from 49% to 51% in China, from 26% to 30% in India, from 40% to 43% in Korea, from 38% to 46% in Malaysia, and from 29% to 40% in Thailand, while remaining steady at 42% in Indonesia. 91. Nonetheless, on a world scale, the tide is turning. Debates proliferate in numerous directions, on deindustrialization, 92 on the emergence of post-industrial society, 93 the neo-industrial economy, 94 the hyper-industrial economy, 91 the service economy, 96 the invisible economy, 97 the immaterial economy, 98 the information economy, 99 and the knowledge economy. Peter Drucker goes so far as to glimpse the end of capitalism in his view of current transformations. 101 For him, knowledge is in the process of substituting itself for capital, a new socio-economic reality is replacing capitalism. We disagree with this view. We believe that capitalism is more powerful than ever, and that we are witnessing the opening of a new age of capitalism, in which corporations use technoscience to develop new products and new schemes, and in which a competitive struggle to create monopoly persists on a permanent basis. Beyond the transition from industry to the tertiary sector, the end of the 20th century. 303. Process now taking place is the relative retreat of industrial capitalism, characterized by heavy investment in plant and equipment infrastructure and by massive energy inputs at the same time as post-industrial capitalism gains ground. This post-industrial capitalism relies on the advances and potential of science and technology, by orienting research and development toward the invention of future needs and forms of consumption. It may be called a techno-scientistic capitalism. 1-2 Some writers have interpreted current developments in terms of a third industrial revolution, or a new scientific and technical revolution. 103 Richter claims the scientific and technical revolution to be the origin of an approaching change which will overcome the opposition between capitalism and socialism. In our view, capitalism's grip on scientific and technological development is an essential part of its current leap forward, and of its recent victory in the countries having statist economies. Similarly, some writers have interpreted contemporary developments as an entry into a new technological age. 1. While this approach illuminates certain aspects of the process, we believe the central dynamic lies in the submission of technoscience to the huge capitalist corporations, who then make use of it for their own ends. 1. The powerful capitalist corporations provide the major impetus which calls into play new scientific and technical knowledge, in domains such as material handling, energy, life forms, electromagnetic communication, and data storage and transmission. The effects of scientific knowledge are visible in every economic sector, from agriculture to transportation, and in various tertiary sectors such as health, culture, leisure, and administration. Huge technoscientistic systems conceived and staffed by groups which each control a different side of the technoscientistic whole then create and develop new markets and new commodities which are themselves produced by scientifically based technical knowledge. The way we live and the way our societies function are both profoundly affected by this process. The underlying dynamic remains dominated by the search for a profit which will assure the enlarged reproduction of capital. The dynamic is dominated as well by social logics which, more than ever, unceasingly project themselves toward the future. At the heart of technoscientistic capitalism lies a new commodity, which is no longer a material product able to be used on its own, nor a simple service. The new commodity is complex and is composed of material products and services which could be purchased separately but would be useless without the other pieces, linked together by a combination of 304 technologies controlled and constantly updated by a small number of corporations. The new commodities are embedded into networks and systems which impose their own procedures and norms. The technical macro systems of the industrial era opened the door in this direction. 106 The new networks and systems are based on technoscience, and are thus entirely dependent on the companies and huge corporations which themselves control technoscience. 107. The process we are describing involves also a new phase of the division of labor and of commodification, which henceforth affects all activity involving the well-being of humankind, business progress, the functioning of information and decision-making systems, as well as the management of political issues, urban systems, the environment, and even nature. In all these areas there is a proliferation of increasingly specific and refined activities, a proliferation characterized by skilled living labor making use of diversified technological means. Within the advanced domains of research, knowledge, and technology, such activities are undertaken and controlled by large corporations which deal in communication, information, multimedia, biotechnology, space technology, leisure management, the anti-pollution market, etc. Being on the crest of this new capitalism means mastering the new technological advances or the combination of these advances. Two strategic domains intersect, the domain of the mother technologies, and the domain of their combination, conceived for markets in which expressed or potential solvent demand exists. Within each of these domains, only the largest corporations, acting together with other highly specialized companies, are in a position to set into motion, master, and direct technoscience for the conception and production of new systems and their associated commodities. For the new productive process, and the new technological competition within which it takes place, require ever greater investment toward research, equipment, and training. Consequently, in each strategic sector a small number of corporations dominate. 108 Concentration has increased during the 1990s in nearly all these sectors, and agreements, alliances, and trade-offs take place within each pole of the triad, and within the triad as a whole. Any country attempting to remain on the leading edge of this generalized capitalism must master the new technological advances. Technologies. Contribution to Japan's economic growth rose from 20% in the 1970s to 40% in the period from 1980 to 1985, and to 60% from 1986 to 1990. The importance of technology is generally acknowledged in the US, where debate focuses mainly on the extent of technology's influence. Yet, as is evident from the data in Table 7.8, published at the time of the UNESCO Conference on Science in the 21st Century, the three poles of the triad concentrate more than 80% of world spending on research and development. The US alone accounts for about 1/3 of total spending. 1. When one examines research and development spending as a percentage of GDP, the US and Japan lead, followed by Western Europe, though the efficiency of Europe's research spending is reduced because it is dispersed throughout several nations. On a worldwide basis, the only other countries which carry weight for R&D spending are China, India, and the much weakened former Soviet republics. Within the United States, 70% of research and development spending is controlled by private interests. In France the proportion is around 50%. Corporate spending for R&D in the US increased by more than 5% per year from 1995 to 1998. 11. 2. Thus, the large techno-scientific corporations exert force not only on production and the market, they direct research, conceive products. 3°6. Structure systems, create demand, and ultimately determine the lifestyles and form of future society. They pursue these goals, guided only by the target of existing or anticipated money-connected needs. Capitalism's growing control over science can only accelerate the process which continuously projects us toward future needs, and which deepens the worldwide split between those who possess purchasing power and those who do not. Of course, industrial capitalism has not disappeared with techno-scientific capitalism's rise. As has always occurred through the stages of human social evolution, the preceding stages manufacturing and industrial capitalism become less important, while the new stage technological capitalism gains strength. At the same time, the preceding stages, and more generally, the earlier forms of production, are reshaped, in the same way that agriculture and domestic life were profoundly transformed by the innovating power of industrial capitalism. All social activities take life, agriculture, transport, industry, healthcare, and information will be deeply changed by the innovating power of techno-scientific capitalism. Consider, too, the breadth of activity of successive stages. While manufacturing capitalism applied itself primarily to textile production, industrial capitalism widened its scope to the production of a highly diversified range of material goods. Techno-scientific capitalism finds application in practically every domain, anywhere a combination of scientific knowledge, material goods, services, and technical know-how are able to satisfy a money-based need. In this sense, with the rise of techno-scientific capitalism, we are witnessing a widening and a universalization of capitalism's field of activity. Thus, more than ever, capitalism dominates the world and its societies. A merchant economy and mercantile capitalism arose in Europe from the 14th through the 16th centuries. Manufacturing capitalism came in the 17th and 18th centuries, and was followed by industrial capitalism in the 19th and 20th centuries. The 21st century promises to be the century of techno-scientific capitalism. Though we are far from having understood all its ramifications, this new stage of capitalism is a fundamental element of the great transition we are currently living through. Changes without end. An astonishing range of pronouncements has dealt with the diverse and contradictory dynamics of capitalism. The end of the 20th century 307. From reflections ranging from the division of labor and the market to studies on the accumulation of capital. From studies of the industrial crises of the 19th century to debates about crises in the 20th. From the possibility of a steady-state economy, or long-term stagnation, to a vision of economic waves taking place over centuries. From the ever-repeated analysis of cycles to theoretical modeling of growth. From the recurring talk about economic miracles to apocalyptic announcements about the return of a Great Depression. So much has been said that we end by forgetting what is essential. Capitalism is dynamic. It is in constant motion and is constantly regenerating itself. The appearance of capitalism marks a break with all previous history. Marx and Engels emphasized this break in 1848, in the Communist Manifesto. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast-frozen relations are swept away, all new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned. 113. In his theory of economic evolution, Joseph Schumpeter in 1912 also insisted on the significance of the historic break which capitalism inaugurates. Whereas all previous societies were based on repeating cycles. The cycle of the seasons, the cycle of good and bad years, capitalism's dynamic economy depends on constant innovation. Inseparable from the character of the entrepreneur, as well as from the search for profit and credit, such innovation destroys the past while preparing its own future. As we have noted, during the last 2 centuries, production has massively increased, as have energy and technical capacities. Ways of producing, consuming, of moving about, of communicating, and of living in general have constantly evolved, and have undergone even more marked change during recent decades. Of course, not all the changes visible over the past few centuries are due to capitalism alone. The desires for possession, power, knowledge, and useful action have all been a part of human life since time immemorial. Rational thinking and knowledge, instituted power and commitment to values and ideals have been part of our lives for several thousand years. 3-8 A history of capitalism. Within recent centuries, the 3 main forces for change have been state power, scientific and technical knowledge, and the group of dynamics described by the term capitalism. However, in the last few decades, state powers have been weakened twice over, by their loss of visions and projects for the future, and by liberal globalization. Similarly, scientific work is increasingly mobilized and directed by giant corporations which control the essential technological processes. In this situation, capitalism has become the primary force transforming our societies and the world as a whole. In a way, the previous half-century of Soviet history illustrates our argument from an opposing position. The Soviet regime elevated the role of state power to an extreme level, while placing an extraordinary emphasis on science and technology. Together, these 2 forces made significant advances in several areas, especially nuclear weaponry and space technology. Yet in the race toward growth and permanent innovation, the Soviet regime was overwhelmed by the dominant capitalisms, which were supported by their own states and by scientific research. We return then once again to the evolving and ceaselessly self-transforming reality designated by the word capitalism. The logic of capitalism was not constructed or instituted by any one agency. As was the case with other social logics and other social orders, capitalism developed and matured within history. Though it emerged out of mercantile logic and the dynamics of wealth, capitalism cannot be reduced to either one of these alone. The specific character of capitalism lies in the fact that the surplus acquired through production and trade is applied to expanding the means of production and trade in order to extract an additional surplus. Production or trade for profit, Profit for accumulation, accumulation for new production or new trade, as well as increased profit. This is the continuous progression at the heart of all capitalist reality. In a word, the search for profit as a way to expand the field of profitable activity. However, accumulation for profit is not the complete picture. Accumulation shrouded within the circulation of commodities, stimulated by competition and by the quest for monopoly, and continuously supported by entrepreneurial innovation gives rise to and nourishes a complex abundance of transforming dynamics. The establishment of a trading or producing activity, borrowing and credit, investment, innovation, research and development, activity affecting needs or the expression of needs, all these initiatives linked to the reproduction of capital are a wager about the end of the 20th century 309 future, and thus help produce the future. These initiatives transform the economy, man, and society. Complex and oriented toward the future, the capitalist logic gives rise to ceaseless transformations. Some of these transformations concern the three fundamental human motivations: power, possession, and subsistence, which are sources of both separation and coherence. 114 On one side is visible the search after wealth and profit, power over other people. The concentration of capital, the dominating positions and the power of monopolies. On the other side lies subsistence, which, for an ever-increasing proportion of people, requires dependent employment, wage labor, and the purchase of consumer goods which have been produced by capitalist machinery. Thus, in its widest meaning, capitalism cannot be reduced either to a mode of production, 113, or to an economic system. 116 And capitalism is not an actor capable of willing, planning, or choosing. At its heart, and through its various historical forms, transitions, and mutations, a complex social logic is at work. This logic is both structuring and destructuring, destructive and creative. The social logic of capitalism destroys other productive forms, and destroys formerly existing activities, social forms, and resources. At the same time, this logic creates new activities, new markets, and new needs. It gives rise to a totality which is simultaneously productive, trade-based, and monetary. This totality is both territorialized and worldwide, and is in a state of constant change. In addition, it demonstrates an increasing autonomy relative to the societies in which it has been formed. This is the totality we call capitalism. A growing proportion of the transformations which have taken place in Europe since the 16th century, as well as the bulk of changes which have taken place in the world since the 19th century, may be explained through the development of the reality of capitalism. And capitalism lies behind the breadth, increase, and acceleration of changes currently being experienced by societies throughout the world. A century after Marx, Schumpeter emphasized in 1942 the importance of the creative destruction rooted within the dynamics of innovation. The fundamental drive which sets in motion, and maintains in movement, the capitalist machine is imparted to the new objects of consumption, the new methods of production and transport, the new markets, and the new kinds of industrial organization. These are all elements created by capitalist initiative. This process of creative destruction constitutes the fundamental fact of capitalism. 1. This capacity has today been multiplied many times over by the giant corporations' systematic use of science and research to help them create new objects of consumption, new methods of production and transport, new markets, and new kinds of industrial organization. To this list I would add new money-connected demands based on new, or constantly renewed, needs. All these factors create new opportunities to make a profit on the basis of scientific advances. Through their increasing control of scientific research and its applications, the huge corporations have vastly multiplied their creative and destructive potential. This is the source of the whirlwind-like changes affecting us all. But what is at stake is not a cartoon or a video game. What is being played with here is mankind's life on the earth. For the first time in history, fundamental decisions affecting man, life, and the earth are being made by corporations possessing enormous financial, scientific, technical, and industrial resources. These decisions are made with an eye on populations possessing purchasing power. The needs of these populations are anticipated, but not, of course, passively. Corporate decisions are based on the expectation and possibility of profit within the coming year or next few years. Is it legitimate that the most important resources and effort of the world are directed toward the satisfaction of a minority of the planet's inhabitants, while another minority lives tenuously and in destitution? Is it legitimate that satisfying the needs, for a few generations, of that proportion of humanity who possess purchasing power should threaten the resources and fundamental stability of our planet, to the point where the interests of future generations are irreversibly harmed? Is it acceptable that choices which involve the future of the earth and human society should be abandoned to deciding agencies which possess either a very restricted vision or a short-sighted vision? We posed these same questions in a recent book. 118. Insofar as we are members of the human race, we all share responsibility for the world today, as well as for the effects of our actions on the world of tomorrow. Confronting the accelerating spiral of changes in which we are all caught, our own effort is to travel in the direction marked out by Hans Jonas. Taking into account technology and the impact of technology, as well as the orders of magnitude of long-term actions, including the possibility they are irreversible, Jonas states emphatically, all these factors place the idea of responsibility at the very center of ethics. Yet, in order to carry out such responsibility, what can serve as a guide, he asks. His The End of the 20th Century 3:1. 1. Response, the anticipation of the threat itself. This is what Jonas describes as the heuristics of fear. 120. What then appears indispensable to Jonas is the principle of responsibility, by which he means that in the enduring ambivalence of his freedom, which no possible change in circumstances could ever abolish, the integrity of man's world and his essence will be protected against the abuse of his own powers. 121. Yet today we observe the exact opposite, misusing their potential. The powers which dominate human society threaten the integrity of man as well as the integrity of the world. The dynamics of capitalism contribute greatly to this process. Before time runs out, these dynamics must be restrained, as they have been during other periods, not only at the national level, but at the level of the continents and the world. Otherwise, we face the massive destruction of resources and the balances of the earth, the totalitarianism of a market dominated by a handful of giant global corporations, and the growing establishment on a planetary scale of a money-based apartheid. Such conditions threaten to become the lasting contours of a historical shift that will be increasingly difficult to control.